Might end up coming back to sleep.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to give a brief overview on the proposed budget. The first thing we usually look at is where we are with the economy. I mean, that's one of the big factors that we look at when coming up with the budget. And as you can see, one of the factors that we look at is the consumer price index, otherwise the CPI. We pretty much stayed level between beginning of fiscal year 13 and the end of fiscal year 14 last year. We had 2% nationally for the consumer pricing index increase, 1.7 for Northeast Regional, and 1.7 for Northeast Regional and 1.8 for Boston. The next is unemployment rate. That's information that we can actually get down to the local level. The national unemployment rate dropped about 1.1% to 6.3% unemployed. The county, Rockingham County, is at 4.8%, and the state is at 4.3%. The area that we look at a little bit closer is the Portsmouth Metro, because when you look at Rockingham County, that also includes Derry and Salem, which really doesn't have an impact on us. But the Portsmouth Metro is us in Rochester, Dover, that area, and unemployment rate is 3.7. And then all the way down to the town, which is a 2.9% unemployment rate, which is very good.
Steve, in the narrative, it said that the state was 4.8, and here it says the county's at 4.8. It seems that the narrative...
That may have been an error on this one, then.
Yeah, because that would make more sense. I would think Rockingham is below the state instead of...
Actually, no. I think the narrative may be the one that got switched. Rockingham actually has a higher unemployment rate right now. I was surprised at that. So, and this is the chart that comes out once a year and everybody looks at, and this is the estimated tax rate for fiscal year 14, the one that just ended. We haven't set it yet. We're still waiting for the state to put us in their queue to set the rate, but this is what the finance department and I have been estimating. We're estimating a rate of $25.98, and this is due, a significant increase is due to the revaluation. I'll get into that a little bit more in some further slides. The town is at $6.30 per thousand, which is about 24.25% of the tax rate. I don't think anybody's surprised, but the largest portion is the school and state school, which is about which is 9.47 for the state school, or $2.46, and $16.12, or 62.05 for the local school. And the county is the last portion, which is 4.23%, or $1.10 per thousand. And this is just a 10-year tax rate comparison. Last year, as you can see, it was 24.46, and now 25.98. The town, which is that blue line, the third one up, has remained pretty level. I mean, it hasn't gone up significantly compared to others over the last 10 years. It's a pretty flat line except for 1 year.
I think on this slide, it's not on the slide, but on the narrative, I thought, I don't know if anybody else read it or if it matters, but I thought there was a sort of a math error there. I don't know if you're going to cover that. In terms of, and it's only because on what the town raises per dollar of, what the amount of money raised by $1 of additional taxation on there. I think you follow what I'm talking about, or are you not going to speak to that?
I'm going to probably get to something on there on another slide. So,
Steve, can I ask one question?
Yeah.
You just said that the biggest increase was the tax rate, the devaluation of the town. What did that equate to exactly in dollars or in cents? Was it 50 cents, 30 cents, 10 cents, what?
It was probably about for the town side, it was about, it was 23 cents.
Okay, so if you, in theory, if we were at 598, just to use that number that you're proposing or you're using as a potential number, you'd take 23 cents theoretically off that if we had stayed commensurate to where we were last year.
I'll show you that in a second on a slide.
Okay.
And 2598 isn't what I'm proposing. That's already been approved. That is the budget that was adopted in March. So I just want to make sure that's clear. That's already been, that is
That's where
set.
we'll be if, but isn't that part of,
That's already been voted on. That's the budget that you approved in March is 2598. We set the tax rate on that budget, which was the one done in March.
Let me clarify whether this is a mistake now, because
Well-
I don't see, oh, okay.
Okay, ask me, go ahead.
Well, it says in the narrative on page 5 that for every dollar of tax, we would raise $777,538.
711,000 is what we,
That's the
That's
new
the
number.
new number.
that's the new
711.
number.
It states here that the old number was 777,000.
744,000.
Right, I think that's the error.
Okay.
It confused me at first.
Yeah. Yeah, we dropped about 33 million.
Right, and it looked like it was 66 when you
Yeah.
used the wrong number in there. Okay.
Yes,
So I think Gary's question, I'm not sure if it's the same question, but, or it's off of it. Had the town not had a revaluation?
I'll show you that in 1 second.
Okay.
Would have been 23 cents.
See, and here's the value, as I said, 744,537,983 was the value last year. It dropped down to 711,970,612. So what's that mean? For every dollar last year we had raised, we'd get $744,537. Now we're at $711,970, so you don't get as much for your dollar, basically. Here is the value I think you were wondering. What would have happened if the values didn't change? So, last year's tax rate for the town was $6.07. If the value stayed the same, we would have been at $6.02, or we had an 8.82% decrease in the tax rate this year. The school was $15.02, and if value didn't change, it would have been $15.41, or an increase of 2.6%. The state school would have remained the same. The county would have gone up 3 cents, which was an increase of 2.94. For the total, would have been gone up 1.51% from 24.46 to 24.83, if the value didn't change, if we didn't have that drop in the value. And this is just to show you some average tax bills. 3 of you may recognize the value of these buildings. So there's house number 1, which is a $312,300 home. With the 2013 rate of $24.46, their tax bill was $7,638.86. That property value actually dropped to $281,000. With the tax rate of $25.98, their bills dropped in $338.48. The next home was $404,900. Their tax bill last year was $9,903. After the reval, it dropped down to $388,400, so the value dropped. However, the bill's gone up $186.78, and the bottom home was $2,200, and you see their bill from last year at $9,837.81, and the 214 value, which again it dropped $389,200. And their bill is now $10,111.42, and it increased $273.60. And one thing we got to remember is the portion that we're talking about is the town, that 25%. The school and the county, we don't have any control over it here. So I just wanted to compare the town to the town. So again, that first home at $312,000, that last year paid $1,895 for the town portion. The value dropped $281,000. So their bill is now $1,770 for the town, which is a decrease of $125.36. The second one last year paid $2,457 for the town. Now it's $2,446, so it did decrease $10.82. And the final home, again, paid $2,441 last year for the town, and now pays $2,451, which is an increase of $10.61. Yeah.
Steve, I'm glad you have this up here, because it seems we always focus on the tax rate.
Right.
And we graph that. But really what we want is real numbers.
Yeah.
And it'd be great if we could use these 3 examples and go back the past 10 years and graph them, because that's what really counts, is how much we're actually paying in taxes.
Yeah.
Because, when you talk about the tax rate, sort of gets skewed and we start paying it down. But I'm glad we have this, but it'd be great if we could bring that back 10 years and have some sort of graph.
No problem, we can do that. And the reason why this looks familiar, it's 3 counselors' homes. So these are actually 3 of your property values.
A, B, or C. Pick the person.
You're one of them.
I know.
So we just picked I picked 3 that were around the same, so we went that route. Now here's the bottom. Here's the line. Here's the budget for this year. Last year's fiscal year ending 2014's budget was $9,147,835. The current year budget is $9,138,435, which is a decrease of 0.1%. Departments proposed a $10,271,482 budget, or an increase of 12.4%. I reviewed that, made some adjustments, and I am recommending a $9,598,694 budget, or an increase of 5.04%. The big increase this year is not in the general fund, but in the enterprise funds, which is water and sewer. They have an increase of $274,030, which is 15.4%. And all other funds, which are special revenues and the general fund, are $186,229. The reason why I want to separate the two is the $186,229, that's the portion that would affect taxation. The $274,030 does not impact taxation, it impacts the ratepayers. So again, I know when everybody thinks about the tax rate, that's the numbers, the 186,229, but we have to budget for the enterprise funds as well in that budget. The other portion that's included in this number, but because the charter amendment didn't go forward this year, is all the capital reserve funds are in this $9,598,694 number. I included that just to compare apples to apples. However, when you're going to look at the ballot question in March, that number will be reduced by about the $300,000 that are all the capital reserve funds, because there will be each in their own warrant articles this year. And this is, again, what we just went through, where all the percentage changes, the enterprise. Again, the general fund is the one that everyone thinks for taxation. That's the 2.6% increase. Special funds is at 1.9, and enterprise funds at 15.4. And here's just a 3-year comparison. And again, it's pretty flat. And here's the budget by fund. General fund is the largest portion at 68%, followed by the enterprise fund at 21% of the budget, and then the special fund is at 11%. And the special funds are the library, recreation, revolving, and the solid waste. Where's the increase going? The first one is workers' compensation. We have an increase of $60,025. We knew that last year because we only had a partial payment due to in the contract. This is that catching up portion. Legal, we have a $5,000 increase, which is the contract for our town attorney. Police equipment, we have $12,000. That's I'll let the chief explain that later. And it's mainly for equipment.
Steve, one thing.
Yeah.
We had a lawsuit or whatnot. Is that the total legal bill for this year, or does that include, when you compared this year to last year, I'm assuming you're talking about the contract with Donahue?
Yeah.
Are you taking into consideration any of the lawsuits that had to be fought by people last year that were independent?
No, this is Donahue's flat fee.
I know. When you said compared to last year.
Oh, no. Compared to last year, the $5,000 is, they had a flat fee of $75,000. Their contract goes up $5,000 this year to $80,000.
Oh, so you're not taking into account
No.
any of the other stuff that's
No.
going on?
It's just what Donahue's
Okay.
cost is.
Okay.
Vehicle maintenance, you see an increase of $28,000. This actually reflects actual costs over previous past few years. We reduced it last year artificially by 28. However, the costs are actually justify where that increase. There is a slight increase for the senior center coordinator. That position right now is vacant, and we're filling that with a part-time individual. With Martha retiring, we're going to fill that with another part-time individual.
You skipped over oil.
Oil prices we're seeing go up. I don't have the.
Going up?
They're
Yeah.
going down.
No, ours is going up.
How the
Matt,
hell?
we can explain that when we get to that, but we'll get there. We have some contributions to McAllen Dam Capital Reserve Fund at $50,000. We, water debt service is an increase in $92,599. That's a first-year bond payment for the 108 upgrade as well as the McIntosh well. We have a wastewater plant operator, $35,000 increase plus benefits. That's part of the increase that we're gonna need when the new plant comes online and some of the work that's going on now. Contribution to wastewater capital reserve is $64,200. And then we have the non-point source permit for DES, and that's a $40,000 increase. And that's part of what we agreed to in the administrative order of consent that we have to address. And Sean will be here later to address that. And here's the second part, which is the revenue. You know, when we do the budget, we offset expenses with the revenues, and we are anticipating an increase there. Total revenues we're anticipating at $5,192,000. Some of the increases we're expecting are motor vehicle registrations, so as well as other areas. So I just want to do a comparison there. So we are going to see an uptick there.
So, Steve, can you just go back to, that's your prediction for this coming year?
That is what we're predicting right now.
Do you think it's gonna keep going up?
Yes.
Up.
That's it right now.
And last year, what did we, it's hard for me to see it for me. What did we budget last
We
year? for
budgeted
motor-
480, motor vehicle, we don't, I don't have the detail in front of me,
Okay.
but we upped that about 100,000.
Is that the actual revenue, or is that?
That's it, we won't have actual revenues for
But is that
50.
based on like 6 months of data or however many?
Yes,
So that's a real number, because.
that's an estimate. 4869586 is
Okay.
what we estimate.
And is that? I'm not-
Yep.
Relax.
I'm
just trying to understand, last year, we upped the estimate, and then the revenues, I think, this year came in significantly higher than what we had anticipated.
Correct.
Does that number reflect the increased from the anticipated?
correct. I think you guys are confusing something. 2015 hasn't ended yet.
Right.
That is where we are right now. That will end next.
4.9 is what came in high.
The 4.9 came in higher. That's the one that came in about $300,000 higher. But we added to fund balance because we had sale of property and some other items in there that we weren't anticipating. So the number you're thinking is the 4.9, not the 4.869.
So
Go ahead, Phil.
my question is, if 4.9 was higher than we expected, and this year, based on 4 months, 5 months of data, we're assuming we're going to come in lower than that at 4.8 and change, why do we think it's going to jump to almost 5.2?
Because a couple things. One, again, motor vehicles are still seeing the uptick. Two, we do have some other areas, building permits, items like that. The 489 does include some of the building permits, but we also have to include some of the subdivisions that we know are coming in. Like, we also have 50 houses going in near the golf course, another 10 up on Bald Hill for building permits. We also are going to have an increase in the highway block grant in the coming year because of the gas tax, sorry.
So,
Yeah, but that's only like $19,000, if I recall.
It's closer to 30 or something, but we are anticipating that as an increase. I mean, the 4.869, 5.86, I mean, that's, again, the 300,000 that we had this year is in the 14. So we had that, that goes in the fund balance. So we anticipated higher, we got more there.
yeah, how much did it come up higher than you anticipated? About 300 and
Matt?
300 to 400 grand?
Wasn't about 300,000 anticipated? We added.
Unanticipated?
Yeah.
So just to put that in perspective, just so everybody, at least, and you can confirm this.
Yep.
Last year, when we were doing the budget and we were going back and forth, whether we should use more fund balance, less fund balance, lower the tax, whatever, they had an estimate for revenues for the town. And then what happened was they, if memory serves me, increased their projections, which showed basically a flat tax rate or whatever
They
we
is
did.
Steve and Matt.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And,
No,
and
I'm-
that's one thing I want to say. This isn't an us versus them.
No, no, and I'm not,
budget.
I don't,
So,
we,
Yeah.
whatever.
Okay.
After the council had some concerns about the tax
Yeah.
rate going up, someone anticipated higher revenues. All I'm saying is, not only did we get the higher revenues that they anticipated, they came in 300 grand even higher than that number. So I'm just so everybody has that in
Right.
perspective. Does that all make sense?
Yeah, it totally makes
All right.
sense. My concern is that we're going another $300,000 up from that.
Well, I hear you, I'm just,
and if
I mean, it's a projection, but
It's a
if it's not
projection.
right, we're,
That are tax
we have
rates.
fund balance that can offset that, if it's not correct.
There are some revenues that we just can't anticipate. Like, for example, the LGC refund. We did not know how much money
Thank
we were
you.
going to receive at that time. We cannot estimate a year in advance for something we just don't know about. All we can do is throw that number back at you and just say, okay, this is taxpayer money. What do you want to do with it?
I think it's best to always go conservative and then be surprised.
Right.
I mean, frankly, when we were, as I recall, I had a lot of concern about the tax rate last year and wanting to reduce it a little bit. And then bing, bang, boom, the revenues get increased as far as the anticipation, that's fine. Not only did they come in higher than you projected, so it really went up twice, because you projected them higher after we sort of adjusted them, and then they came in even 300,000 higher. And I'm not holding any of this again.
Yeah.
Listen, you guys have no idea what's going to
Right.
happen. I mean, who the hell knew cars were going to explode this year? The fact is, we're projecting a lot of revenues, that's all. That's, I think, the point.
I don't know if people read the economic news differently than I read it, but I think the latest that people are talking about is, even in this country, some of the automobile sales are starting to soften on a national basis. I don't know if we know anything about whether that's too recent a trend. We're talking in the last few weeks, but are we seeing anything here that?
Well, this is my projection. I project that the fleet of cars that are going to be in the town we're going to still add to the fleet. So that means we're going to have just a little bit more revenue. But I think at some point people are going to stop buying cars because there's like a 4 or 5 year buying cycle. We're going to probably see starting to decline in those revenues sometime in 2017, 2018.
And what you saw also is that the length of somebody owning a vehicle went from 5 years to usually 7. People trying to get a year or 2 more out of it after they pay off their 5-year loan. This is year 7 for right after the bubble burst. 2008 was the year that nobody could get a car, nobody could get a loan in anything because of the financial crisis. So now you're seeing that those who got it before are now going to start, the 7 years are up, and you're going to see some people trade them in and go for different vehicles. The other thing you're seeing is people aren't going for smaller vehicles, they are going for slightly larger right now, just because the economy's just a little bit better. People aren't going more conservative with their vehicles, they're going a little bit more. That impacts the motor vehicle registration. Are we seeing the numbers that we saw in 99, 2000? No. I mean, that was when everybody was buying, they traded in their Focuses for Mercedes because everybody had the extra money at that time. So we're not seeing that. You're seeing people still go somewhat conservative with the vehicles. You're just not seeing that high. The other thing that's a huge impact that we still aren't seeing are the return on investments. The money that we put in the bank account, we just don't get
nothing.
interest. Like everybody else, we're just not getting it. Early 2000s, you're probably making hundreds of thousands off the interest. Now we're not. I think we're making tens.
Not even.
Yeah.
What are you earning now, 15 basis points?
We're at 19, almost 0.2%.
So 20 basis
Yeah.
points, I said 15.
So.
Yeah, Steve, quick question.
Yeah.
You mentioned that the Rockingham Golf Course and Ball Hill Road, a total of, I believe, about 62 homes.
Yep.
Now, you're projecting that revenue. You're not doing that all at once. are you?
No. I mean, because that's going to be, some of them is going to be this year.
Right.
And some of them will be next year, so no. And we're actually being pretty conservative with the building permits. It's not, we saw an uptick last year, And that's what, we didn't increase that
I
number
think
that much.
cars is where they're.
Ours is the big
banking
one.
on
It's 6%, though, it's
Tony?
quite the growth.
Tony?
And those developments will affect the motor vehicle registrations also, and I
People
think,
come in
we're
to
looking
register
at
cars.
homes that are,
Well,
$350,000 to $450,000. They're not, apartments either, so.
well, they will over time. They might, they may not initially. 'cause
And this is
I
a
don't
good
think they're
time
gonna
to
come
say
in on
also
a
that
portion budget.
that 5.2 for revenue also includes $450,000 of fund balance, like we did last year. Since we're budgeting, the policy says we should budget the use of fund balance. We do that ahead of time. We do have enough to use 450. We actually probably have enough to do a little bit more. So that's why, but we budgeted 450 to be conservative there.
Is there a way we can see the breakdown of what the $300,000 difference is?
Yeah, we can get that. Yep. We'll get that for Wednesday.
I just want to keep you on track. This was going to be 15 minutes.
Yep.
I know we've been asking
Yeah.
questions.
And this is the last slide. So again, this is just an estimate, only using data as we have today, of what the tax impact will be. So, estimated tax rate right now is $6.31. If the budget goes through as proposed, it would be a 10-cent increase, or $6.41 per thousand for the town.
Steve, can I ask one last question regarding use of money or fund balance?
Yeah.
Someone mentioned that the school was going to have some money left over from their budget. Is that, and they're presumably returning that to the town, can that be used the same way our fund balance is used? In other words, if we wanted to take $500,000 and lower the tax rate, just to make it a comparable analogy, we could do that and lower the tax rate this year by lowering our fund balance.
I just want to,
What-
I want to make sure we're talking the same years.
Yeah.
We're talking right now, this budget is the one that's going to end in 2016. You're talking about what we're going to set for a tax rate in 2-3 weeks.
I understand that.
No, I just
I'm
want to make
talk-
sure that I'm asking
And I'm
you.
talking about that too, because, well,
Which one are we
I think
discussing?
at their September 14th meeting,
Okay.
and I haven't verified, I'm just asking the question
Yep.
to ask it. At their September 14th meeting, they said they had about $500,000 that they were going to be giving back to the town.
Yep.
Is that the same as our fund balance?
What they do is that, in that situation, if they have a surplus,
Yeah,
is,
that's what it essentially, and I haven't verified this, that's what I heard.
what they do is they just, unlike what we do, and we can, I gotta.
We can
clarify-
either hold it or we can.
And I gotta clarify this, because their rules are changing between this year and next year, too. As of right now, if they have a surplus, that money, we just don't raise that amount. It's not cash coming back to the town. When they do their,
Does it lower the tax rate?
yes, it would lower the tax rate.
So if there really is 500, which
Yeah.
maybe somebody can verify, if that really happens, would that be your projected, I'm just going on your numbers without changing anything here, would that be the five, or,
Anything? I don't know.
would that be the 597 less 500 or not?
All I know is that they can retain up to 2.5% of their fund balance, okay?
So anything
they
else
can-
would come off the tax rate in theory?
They just don't raise it,
Yeah.
right? We don't increase the taxes to raise that amount.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, it's just a question.
So what's that mean? The average home value is $250,000. Again, the current portion of the town portion is $1,575. The proposed budget would be a $1,603 increase annually, not increase, annual tax bill, which is a 2% increase, or $28 annually per home. That's for the town portion. And that's it.
You would have heard something, though. You would have talked to Mike or someone about that, I would assume.
We would hear something if that's,
The case.
yeah. Usually we hear before the tax rate setting, and that's why I was asking Matt if he's heard anything
Yeah,
yet.
maybe there's a misunderstanding. Okay. Thank you.
And now to page 41 for the police department.
Good morning, Chief.
Good morning again.
How are you? you like to take us through your thinking, or the budget, or?
Okay. Police Department budget, there's really only 3 lines that are affected, that are increased over what we've been requesting the last few years. There's 3 things that I want to draw your attention to. The first would be the gasoline line item. We overexpended gasoline last year. We have been cutting that figure back. When I first became chief, we had a line item around $45,000 for gas, and we never spent all that much, but we've been hacking away at that originally 4 or 5 years ago. And then now we're at a point where the gas prices went up last year on us, and we were a little on the short side. So I've increased that line about $3,000, well, $3,500, I think, to try to offset that. I don't know what the gas price is going to do next year, but it's very close to what I'm expecting we might expend.
Yeah, Chief, do you mind if I just jump in for it?
Sure.
How do you get your gas? Is it comes from the town facilities?
Yeah.
So we're pretty much, if we pre-bought gas, we're pretty much stuck with that price.
I believe that the Public Works Director gets a figure, a price or contract based on rack price.
Yeah, rack
whatever it is.
plus something.
Okay.
Rack plus whatever, and then all the
It should
town.
be dropping. If
So-
it drops, it should drop.
All right,
Right.
okay, thank you.
At the time we did this, it was before the gas prices took the plunge here in the last few weeks, so at the time I prepared the budget. But just looking at what we actually spent, a few years back, we instituted a program where specific officers drive specific vehicles, and we double up whenever we can. Later at night, when things are quiet, I'll put 2 officers in 1 car rather than drive 2 cars around. And we were able to cut back on the amount of gas that we were using, gallons-wise. Short of not driving, we're at the point where I think we need to look at adding a little bit to that line item.
Just out of curiosity, when you estimate this number, is it estimated by, you use a certain number of gallons and then you figure a price per, so what is our gallon change looking like? Is it going up, down, staying the same?
The gallons have
Drop
pretty,
price.
they've dropped over, the last 2 or 3 years, they've been pretty stable. What happens that affects that is, if we have an officer leave and it takes me 6 or 8 weeks, that's 1 less person driving the car. If I cut back on staff by attrition, and before we get somebody up and in that position, there's nobody driving the car. So we've had a couple of years where that's happened, but since 2012, our staff's been pretty stable, and I've got everybody working, everybody in positions that are fairly stable, and they're all out on the road and they're working. So the actual number of gallons has stayed about the same.
The fleet, I know we've gone to SUVs,
Yep.
is the mileage about the same, or?
Mileage is actually better on the new cars than it has been on the 8-cylinder Crown Vics. So those are beginning, in another couple, 3 years, we'll have those cycled completely out. We're in a 6-cylinder vehicle now, and the gas mileage is, we're about 4 or 5 miles per gallon better with the gas mileage on the new vehicles.
So this might be based on the fact that you estimated on the old prices, it might be.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's such a volatile issue, you don't know what the gas price is going to do, and I don't expect that we're going to drive less, realistically. So after looking at last year and the fact that at the time I actually prepared the budget, I was looking at figures at where we ended up last year, and the fact that we drove about the same amount of distance, and then not knowing what the price was going to be next year, I just increased it to.
There is a big, for $2,000, it's probably not worth spending 20 minutes, but there's a big glut right now. I think you're going to see gas prices continue to drop. I really do. I think that, it's hard to maybe just really increase their production, and I think there's a lot going on where everybody's trying to play international politics, but anyway.
The only other 2 line items of any significance is I've increased my equipment line item by $12,000, and after talking to the town administrator, I'd like to institute a program, and this would be a one-shot deal to get us into it, where the officers wear those body cameras. The technology has improved to the point where And I think that the cameras have come down in price. I've estimated that the cost of the cameras are somewhere between $700 and $800 a piece. And we'd be looking at some sort of a storage facility for about $2,500, storage capability with computers to store the video for about $2,500. And we're in a point where we're going to be able to evaluate different equipment, and it may be able to shave a little bit off of that. But I'm estimating that probably can institute this program for about $12,000.
So you're going to buy all new cameras and
The officer's going to wear the camera on them.
then get the storage. How long do you keep the storage, just for curiosity?
Well, that's a hot topic right now in law enforcement, is how long do they keep the storage. We'd be looking at, the International Association of Chiefs of Police has got policies out there. There's a lot of communities across the country that are using them now. And there's been some recent incidents with the Ferguson incident and things like that where I don't know, the short answer is I don't know how long we would keep them. Probably, we don't have video now, so, no. So we would be in a position to, start a program and go there. I don't think we're going to keep it a real long time, probably several months, and then dump it and after a certain age.
Excuse me, Chief. We don't have anything on the dashboard for video?
No.
How do the officers feel about having something like this?
Well, I know that we've talked.
I've seen it on TV, I mean, it's,
Well,
that's all.
I'm
Not
sure-
in person.
You're not a customer.
I think what's happening is that you've got Big Brother, the Big Brother syndrome. There's somebody going to be watching over my shoulder every minute. And I think that the officers now realize that people have video running all over the place now anyway. There's video everywhere. And a lot of times, most of the time, if you talk to police officials, the video clears the officer as opposed to convicts the officer. There was a situation in Florida, like last week or the week before, where two officers went into an apartment at a domestic, ended up shooting a man. The neighborhood was all up in arms about it and said that the man would never do that, and they're wearing body cams. They were able to put the camera out and show the neighborhood and quell a riot that, in fact, the guy had a knife to the woman's throat, and the officers told him 5 or 6 times to put the knife down. He went to kill the woman, and they shot him. It's a matter of, I think it's, in order to protect the officers and protect the town liability-wise, we're in a position where it's time that the officers have a second set of eyes that will record exactly what's going on.
Now, does this, each officer would have one, or they swap them, or that's his gear?
That's his, that way that it's assigned to him, there's a serial number encoded on it, so we know it's his camera. If the two cameras get lost in a shuffle, I'll be able to tell who it is, who had the camera. When he comes in, he'll download it, he'll recharge while he's off duty, to wear it on there. And I'm gonna go across the department, and if they're gonna wear cameras, I'll wear a camera.
You wearing one now?
I'm not gonna ask them to do something I wouldn't do, but in what I'm seeing in trends, I think that it's time that we protect ourselves, we protect the officers, and God forbid if something terrible happens, like happened in Greenland, a lot of that had to be pieced back together. But the officer, wearing a camera at the time it happened, we'd know exactly what happened immediately. So I think it's a matter of protection for the officer, and it's a matter of protection for the town and department, and we're held to a higher standard anyway. I'm not concerned that we're going to find that the officer's doing things they're not supposed to be doing. But the cameras that we'd be evaluating would be something that would be similar, so you'd be able to see exactly what the officer's seeing.
Chief, are there any communities that are going to be purchasing these units, and are you able to get together with these to try to reduce the price?
I don't know if that's the case. I know that there's a huge competition going on between several big national companies. The IACP is having a conference in Orlando next week, and all the vendors are going to be there. I've asked for a chief in a neighboring agency to speak with all of them. He's also interested, and to get me as much information as he can. It's possible that we could lower the price if we had another community that wanted to go in with us.
Tony?
How does it work? Do they start their shift and turn the camera on and it runs continuously? Is it when they go out on a call?
They would leave it off and turn it on. Obviously, you're not going to record when they come into this police station, do reports. That's wasting video and time. Activate the camera at the time of a call. It also, if they see something happen, they have the ability to activate the camera and the recording capability, and it will back up and start recording from 30 seconds before they actually push the button. So if they're in the car and they're driving down the street and they observe a traffic accident or a violation occur in front of them, if they activate the camera, it's actually will step back and record from 30
So it's not always on?
It's not always on.
Okay.
They would turn it on and turn it off.
It's
obviously.
actually always on.
Yes,
It's always on.
It's like
not
TiVo.
always
activated.
It's kind of like TiVo.
It's on, but it's not recording.
Will there be some training classes on this?
Absolutely.
So they know how to,
And-
professionally not get themselves in trouble?
Right.
When they
And there
make
are a lot
stop or
of
something.
agencies that are already doing it, a lot of the larger agencies out west, and rather than reinvent the wheel, we'll see what their issues are and develop policies on how we're going to do it based upon what's working and what's not working.
Can I ask a couple questions on the budget now?
Sure.
Just going down the line items. Overtime. Last year's actual, you budgeted 98, the actual was 92 and 14. And then this year, you're asking for 105. So I'm just, these are just questions. Why would you think we would go from a 98 budget that spent 92, you're going to bring the budget up to 105 when you were about 4%. I didn't figure out the percentage difference, but it's about 4% less than you budgeted last year you used. Why do you think you're going to go up to 105?
We had 2 or 3 things happen last year. We spent less money in court appearances, which was unusual for us. And in addition, I was able to utilize some of the staff in different ways and cut back on the schedule to try to shave some of that off. I didn't have any major incidents in the last budget that caused us extra overtime. Typically,
You don't think you could keep it flat?
I'm not sure that that's an unusual year for me. We've been,
No, I don't mean keep it at 92. I'm just looking, you don't think you could keep the 98? In other words, your budget from last year?
I don't,
Last year you budgeted 98.
We transferred money out of
Yeah,
it. The final budget is what this is gonna be for all of them, for the council. In June, when you guys make that or pass that resolution to transfer funds, the final budget reflects that transfer, just for everybody to
money
understand
taken
that.
from the budget.
So wait a minute, so just explain, when it says FY 2014 final budget, 98,560,
That is after,
is that reduced?
that was reduced in June when you transfer funds from one account to another to
So
cover
what was the
something.
original budget last year?
105,560.
Okay, so you kept it basically flat, okay.
We had extra money at the end of the year, and so that's where we dragged some from.
Okay, I'm just going to go down a quick list, because they're obvious, so I just have to ask. The next one was uniforms, 74 to 88. And you budgeted basically 88 every year. We spent 74.
There's 2 big items that we replace on a regular basis. Last year, we didn't, because we had a turnover in 2012. The body armor is about $600 or $700 a unit, and we try to replace that for every officer every 5 years, because that's the shelf life on it. Last year, we didn't have to replace any. Normally, we replace a couple, so I'm going to be very close to that figure, the 8,800. It's been pretty much standard across the board, almost for 10 years.
Okay.
It was under last year because we had 3 new officers in 2012, and we were able to kind of offset that.
By the way, I don't want to seem like I'm really glad you don't spend the budget, to be honest with you, in these areas. I'm not criticizing it. I get a fair amount of calls at the store for people that want to spend the end of their year's budget, toward the end, and they just sort of use it. And I think it's good that we don't use it if we don't need to, but it does beg to ask, do we have to keep it there? What about the criminal investigation? Is that a right number, $405?
Well, this is what, yeah.
What happened?
I don't know that is right, but I thought it was higher than that. We actually we broke out the criminal investigation and youth public relations, the two. It was two separate line items. We broke that out last year or the year before.
Well, the youth was down better
yeah.
than 50%
Yeah.
from budget.
Occasionally, we have a case where we end up with having to send evidence out that we can't send to the state lab. Like, we had some handwriting analysis done at a laboratory we had to pay for. We had some special DNA testing a couple of years back that we had to use extra money for. We had, every time we buy, we were under in a couple of areas last year because I just didn't buy equipment that we needed to, that we would buy it. We buy regularly on every year to try to buy other things. And so there were some line items that were overexpended and some that were underexpended. So I was a little worried at the end of the year how much money we were actually going to have. And I didn't buy certain pieces of equipment. I didn't buy new cameras or anything like that.
All right, the only other ones were office supplies. We're down about 1,400, 1,300. And that was, and then there's $2,000 in communication services it was under. I just look at the ones that you didn't.
We got.
Yeah, Chief, I have a question on the
Can
animal.
we push the buttons after?
Yeah.
It'll just be easier because of the.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, you can go, I'll go.
Yeah, on the animal control, is that for the canine dog?
Yes, and that was the other line item of change.
Oh, I'm pushing the wrong thing.
We're going to be getting a police canine. It's a drug and search dog. It's not a bite dog. We've applied for a grant through the Working Dog Foundation, and we've been approved, and they're going to provide us with the dog. The dog will live with one of my officers. One of the reasons we had a canine here was a very successful program several years ago, and then the dog needed to be retired because of age. And at the time, there was no officer that wanted to take on this responsibility. An officer came to me this year and expressed a significant interest in it. We've done a lot of background work and research on it. The first year's veterinary bills and food has been donated to us. The dog would be, we would receive the dog free of charge from the Working Dog Foundation. The dog is already partially trained. The rest of the setup costs would be paid for out of drug forfeiture money. Every time the dog is used in a significant forfeiture where seizures of funds are made, we would get a piece of that forfeiture, like if we were to assist another agency. But we're running into the issues here in town where drugs are coming through in cars all the time. We're dealing with, almost every call we deal with involves some level of illegal drugs. It's just, this heroin surge is not immune to Newmarket. We've had it here. And it's time for us to re-examine this program. The dog would work when the officer works and would be subject to call in if we need him at a different time.
No overtime?
What's that?
No overtime for the
Well,
dog?
yeah, we have to call him in. Obviously, most of the training time and most of the, if you know you're going to be doing a search, you can reschedule his, you can move his hours around and such to minimize the amount of overtime that we're involved in. We had a dog, we were able to get a dog kennel insert for one of the Crown Victorias, since the Crown Victorias are now on the way out. And we were able to get one of those from another police department, donated to us. It was 2 years old, in excellent condition for free. So most of the startup costs will be paid, all of the startup costs will be paid for out of drug forfeiture funds, which we are.
No, I think it's good. No, you're just saying it's $3,600 about an estimate.
Well, 600 of that is partly 600 of that is our contract with the SPCA to hold dogs and animal. I didn't create a separate line for the dog, for the canine.
Right.
I added 3,000, I estimated 3,000, I
Yeah.
wasn't sure exactly.
But I'm just saying, I love this 3,000 in the drug forfeiture. Would there be a break-even point at some time, do you think?
A break, yes. It's tough to tell.
But
We were receiving money that took several years in court, up to 2 or 3 years ago, from the last dog that we have. We haven't had the dog for 7 years.
Right.
So, I mean, the money comes in.
Takes a long time to
Yeah.
filter through.
It does.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Mazzaro?
So, a couple things. One, I think it would just be easier to see that on a separate line than just under animal control, because it really is a different thing. I thought, Steve, when we talked about this last council meeting, you said that the cost was going to be absorbed in their budget.
For the startup.
I thought the startup we were getting a grant for.
That's what I read.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood the question. No, I knew there was going to be increase in this proposed budget. The current budget, it was going to be absorbed if there was any cost.
And I'm absorbing training costs already. I'm absorbing, into the overtime budget if we have to call the officer out on one of our calls. All of that is being absorbed and taken care of in the budget. I'm just looking at sustaining dog food and veterinary bills from the town at this point.
So, different subject. Books and publications and dues and membership, both of those were actual expenditures lower than the final budget or original budget. Is there a reason we can't bring that down a little bit to reflect actual expenditures? I mean, it's like about 1,000 each, you break it down. I'm just trying to find a little bit of savings to get, because the GoPros or whatever type of camera you're using, just trying to find a way to find a little bit in there to cover that. See what I'm saying? I'm not trying to like hack your budget, I'm just trying to find like little places we could save.
Part of the dues and memberships line item is the CERT dues, which is a significant portion of that. The rest comes from small dues to different organizations that we belong to, and also any time that we have several members of the department that are justices of the peace, and those commissions come up periodically where you have to renew them.
Well, I'm just looking, like in 2014, it was exactly 2835, but we're routinely asking for 42. It would be easier, Steve, if we had the FY13 actuals, not the proposed budget.
I have it. I mean, the problem is, I can give you actuals for every year, but paper's not big enough.
I know, but
I can
the
tell
original
you-
budget to me is a little bit of a.
I can tell you exactly
although
what was
good.
spent.
And then the other thing is they move it around a little bit too, so sometimes the actuals,
It was 3,100 in 13.
It was the actuals?
Yeah.
So to me, we could make that 3,000, and then what about books and publications?
Books and publications,
That was,
we could cut a little bit from there.
yeah, well,
Like, I'm just talking like small amounts to try to make up a piece against these cameras.
if the council wants to reduce dues to 32, and then books down to 2, or
What was the actual in books last year? 2 years ago?
actually it was 2,700.
Keep it.
Yeah.
I'm just bringing up.
listen, I do that every year.
I just,
I
I think
got
what
nothing.
what I need to know is that something the council wants me to do? And this is for all of them, because I want to
Well,
find.
I would like the input from the chief. I mean, if the chief can live with it, listen, at the end of the day, he knows what he's got to do. He moves money around, so I don't mean to speak for you, but I think there's monies that are
Mhm.
maybe not absolutely imperative that there's there for a safety net. And that's probably where some of this money might be. And the chief knows better than we do if he can live with it. So,
Well,
we're not talking about, what are you talking about, Phil, reducing gross dollars?
Well, that's like totally like a couple $1,000.
So, I mean, you're talking,
my operating budget in 2009, 10, 2010, 11. Typically, those years, I had about $140,000 non-salary items. 146 one year, 141,000. This year, other than the cameras and the expense for the dog, my operating budget is about 36,000. So I'm down, and it's about 10% of the budget that I have any real control over, other than staffing.
So that gives you a float, that gives you a little bit of fungibility.
There's not much fudgeability. I've been doing this, and some of these line items that we're asking for have been the same since 2003. So every year I come in, and I'm going to be honest with you, every year I come in and I present you with a budget that is pretty much level funded except for salaries and what have you. This year I'm asking for something. I'm asking for two things. I'm asking for $3,000 for the dog, and I'm asking for $12,000 for the cameras, which normally, if I had to come up with it myself, we would not be able to get it. I wouldn't be able to find $12,000 in my budget in order to do it. I would rather that you cut the cameras, or cut the dog, and I'll find somebody to give me the food, than I would to start messing too much with the line items, because I really, be honest with you, every year something hits me that I don't expect, and I have to short another account in order to, I overexpend one and short another one. Or I buy something that I normally buy from this account, and I charge it to this account so that I have money left over at the end. I would rather we nix the project than cut me too far in another line item beyond what we have.
I totally respect that, Chief, but if you look at your FY14 actual expenditures, it's, and 36 of that is salary, so take that out. You were under expended, because the salaries was less that year because of the officer. You're still looking at about 25 under expended from budget, 1,000.
That's because I shop for sales and what have you, but all it.
I don't want to punish you for being a good steward of your money.
All it takes is a homicide. We're one domestic away from a homicide at some point, and when that happens, I may have to come to you and say, I need money somewhere. Because I'm going to have 10 guys working around the clock for a week while we canvass and do what we have to do.
But we would do that, wouldn't we? I mean, we would do that, Chief. Just,
Okay.
I don't want you to get, I'm just,
I
I don't think we'd ever say no, but
okay.
I'm just
Okay.
saying.
Can I ask a camera question?
Yeah, I got
Oh, yeah, you got- yeah.
yeah, I just want to kind of, Counselor Pike.
Yeah, the only one I'm just curious, and I'm not proposing anything, but I was curious on the communications where it did go up. You underspent by 10% and went up by 10%. So there must be something kind of new in there, because there's not many examples like that.
We,
Your expenditure was 10% than the budget before, and the budget went up by another 10%. So that,
what I did was, I've been looking at the actual cost of some of the technology we have, and as it changes, it costs me more for certain things and less for certain things. Like, actually, we may see a savings in the amount of phone line costs that we have in order for teletype and what have you. So I'm looking back and forth at what we're actually going to end up spending, and look at the cost of what, as we pick something up and implement it, which happens every year, sometimes the cost fluctuates here and there. So
yeah.
those are based upon what we foresee might happen.
you're looking at your projected expenses on that one.
Yes.
Because it's not level, okay.
And we saved some money on phones this year. We were able to cut back on some cell phones costs and things like that with a different plan, so.
Yeah. So something, but do you know what went up? Because something went up pretty good.
Yeah, we had an increase in the hub. We subscribe to a local, we call it the hub. There's 30 communities involved in it, where we can share individual records beyond what the state can give us back and forth. like if Portsmouth stops a guy and they give him a ticket, Portsmouth's in the hub, we can pick that up where we wouldn't have that information before because we're connected directly to Portsmouth. So there's an increase in the cost of what it costs us to link with these other 30 communities, so.
Thanks, that's what I was looking for. Appreciate it.
Counselor Carmichael and then Weinstein.
Chief, with the cameras under the equipment and lease, we could probably, one of the counselors mentioned, perhaps going in with another town. So we could probably save $1,000 or maybe $2,000. Is that correct? I mean, if you look around, you get Durham or Exeter or Greenland or somebody to go in with us, we could probably save some monies off of that.
Well, if I can,
Yeah.
I will. If I can, and
I'm just
I do,
looking for
I'll
a way
return
for
it.
the-
I won't spend it, but,
I'm for the cameras.
Right.
I'm just saying we could probably save some money that way.
we could.
You know, we always talk as a council, we always talk, not just your department, but regionalization. You know, let's, go with the other towns on fire trucks or whatever it is. And this would probably be a good opportunity on that. And one other thing is, does this have to be the dog? Obviously, the council doesn't have to approve that. That's already just, you approve that?
It was part of his operations, yes.
Yeah, I mean, so the town council doesn't have to say, yes, we authorize police department to have a
No,
dog.
what the council can do, I don't want to, just to
No.
confirm this, the council can say, this is how much we want to spend, and then Steve and the chief determine what they want to spend it on. We don't say no dog, they have to decide what they want to do.
Right, that's an operations policy that the chief, chief works with me on that.
Yep. I'm for the dog, I'm for the cameras. I just,
Me too.
okay, that's it.
Counselor Weinstein.
I had a couple questions. One was about the dog, and the first year is going to be donated, the vet services. Do you have any expectation that that could continue?
I believe that we'll attempt to make that happen. I just want to be in a position where I feel like I can fund it if I have to. If I don't need to spend that whole $3,000, I'll come here next year and I'll tell you right now that I don't need that much money, and I'll cut it. But I don't know exactly what it's going to cost me in the long run, and how much donations I could get for that. But I certainly will take that route up if it's available to me.
And what happens as the dog retires? How does that work?
Gets adopted, I think.
Is that, okay.
Right. Usually the handler, in the past, most police canines go to the handler, and he'll purchase the animal
Okay.
for $1 or whatever, and when the time
And
comes, then.
Assume all the costs, because as someone who has had dogs, I know that they get a little more expensive as they get older. Their care takes a little more.
We all do.
Yeah. So, and then my only other question was about the cameras, and what's the lifespan of the cameras? What's their?
They're very new, so I don't know. I'm going to guess that probably if each individual office has got his own, and it's not running, being passed shift to shift to shift and getting three shifts worth of work a day, it probably will last 4 or 5 years, I would think, anyway, before we need to start looking at it. And then we could do something similar to, purchase them out of equipment repair, 1 this year, 2 this year, that type of thing, and then replace them piecemeal at that point. If it was, we were just trying to outfit one guy, I'd fudge something here and there, and I'd find some money and do that, but in order to get the program up and running, that's why.
I have one last question about the cameras, real quick. How many officers do we have, Chief?
Well, we have
How many officers are going to be wearing cameras?
13.
13. And how many officers are working at any one time? Give or take, ballpark. I'm not talking about an emergency situation, just average daily.
It ranges from 1 to 4 or 5.
Okay, so I'm just asking, is there any way we could take the cameras and share them?
No.
Well, before you say no, you could, I'm just asking to ask, if a officer had a camera and they got done with a shift, they download, I'm making some assumptions, but verify them. they're going to download the information of the data that's in that camera onto the computer. You know, they theoretically could give them to a person to input it into the computer. Could they not then have other officers use that camera under their sign-out name? In other words, I was trying to figure out if they're not all going to be using them at the same time, other than maybe some, you know, aberration where there's an emergency and, you know, you have more people running around going to an emergency situation. Could they be shared to any, you know, because that would cut, if you have 4 or 5 working at any one time, you could buy half as many, download the information, and I'm just asking. I have to ask because I don't think it's a stupid question. If it is, fine.
Stupid question.
If,
Why?
if optimally, no, but could it physically happen? Yes, it could. You could buy half of them, and we figure out a way to.
I mean, do you think that would?
Typically,
What are they going to do when they don't wear them? Are they going to just leave them at the station in their locker or in a place?
charger and download the, and so they're charged up for, the
probably like
issue
a
is
cell
the,
phone.
is the battery life needs to run for 10 hours or 12 hours at a whack, you know, on a, guys work a 10-hour shift or they're held over or what have you, they'll need to run that long.
No, I
So-
get it, but if they rotate, I'm just, listen,
Yep.
I brought it up because if they were rotated, they could be charged and they could reuse them and they could download the information and we could spend, you know, half that amount.
And the other thing that, you know, Chief and I discussed was that if you switched cameras between officers, then it's not assigned to one. And say if you went to court and they asked, okay, well, who was wearing this camera? You can't definitively say it was Officer Jones. You'd say, well, it could have been Officer Smith, and that sort of taints some of the evidence at that point.
It would add more administrative time to
There's
try
no
to
question.
sign
They'd
it
have
out
to
and
sign
log
in,
it.
they'd have to
and-
sign out, but, listen, I just asked because,
If we issued it, it would be date and stamped with the officer's name, and this is his camera, so that we would know that, you know, if you took off the camera, you set it down, you put, someone else set theirs down, you picked it up, we would know whose camera it was immediately. And,
I tried. I think we all tried. Any other questions? Are we going to just leave the budget at 1.5 and that's it?
Well, I guess that's a question I'm going to have for the general one. You know, we've spent a significant amount of time on.
This is what we always do.
I know, and I think at the end of the day, my question would be, if you guys want me to get to a number, give me the number, and I can get you. We can figure a way to get there. But if we spend a lot of time on a couple $100 here and there, I think we're defeating the bigger picture purpose.
Yeah, well, the only thing I would say about that is, you know, when we bring these things up, it's hard to get traction.
Mhm.
You know, and I mean this sincerely, Chief, I would have no problem, and maybe it sounds like it's not truthful, but I don't think we've ever said no. If we budgeted a little tighter to what the actuals were, and I know you need a little flexibility, we're not trying to take that away. And you had a situation that came up, you know, God forbid there was a homicide or what, I don't think we're ever gonna say no. I mean, I know we wouldn't. We'd find the money. Steve would find the money. So I mean, with all due respect, and it's not about the chief, to go through the budget process, see an actual, you know, last year I brought up an actual in a different department that was like set at 60,000, they spent 25. I wanted to bring it down to 40. It was like I was doing this horrible thing. Somebody yelled out, "You hate our department," and I won't mention the name. And it was like,
I will.
okay. And it was, and it's very frustrating. So, I mean, I don't know why we go through this process. If we go through the process and we look at actuals and we find legitimate areas, and that's just, I don't know what else to say.
And I agree,
What else do you want me to say?
I think one of the problems that we have, and this isn't us as a town, this is in general.
Nobody's a soothsayer.
No, unlike a business where you can change your budget in the middle of the year, say if you're looking at expenses and he's got more investigations going on, you can say, look, I have to change that line item by bumping it up.
You could come to us anytime.
we can't because when you set we can change it but the bottom line is still the same. Unlike in the private sector, you can increase the bottom line of the budget. We can't. We have one swing at the bat, and that's this time. So that's why most department heads come in and say, look, this is what we're estimating we need. It may come in lower, but.
As a department head, having done this for quite a few years now, every spring, someone has come to me and said, we're running over in this area, we're running over in that area. You know, we're running over in salt because it's a bad winter, or we're running over because this, or we're running over because of that. So be prepared to cut something out of your budget. That's happened to me almost every year in the spring. And in April or March, I'm sitting there going, okay, am I gonna, how much are you gonna take from me? What am I gonna have money for at the end of the year? And God forbid, the worst time of the year to have something bad happen is the spring, because you have no time left to absorb it. Historically, I've been able to come in within my budget every year. And I'd like to, and sometimes the only reason that happens is because somebody quits and I don't have their salary for several weeks. But the operating budget has been fairly stable for 10 years. I mean, there hasn't been a whole lot of change in it. And that's what we talk about. I think we're close to historically where we historically ask and where we historically come in. Within $10,000, $15,000 every year, I'm there. So depending on what happens.
And this isn't personal.
No, I
so
know,
don't take-
I know, but I just,
I know.
by adding a new project to the budget, I would rather we say no to the project than we try to hack individual line items. I mean, personally, that would be my.
I have Counselor Pike and then Wright.
Yeah, to go to your broader question, Steve, I would say that in this case, personally, I thought that the amount that we wanted to adjust is so small anyways, it's not worth the effort. I would say that when we go through other departments, if we do, in the end, feel that, at a discussion, that there is more cushion in there than we're comfortable with, then I would say in other cases, we may adjust the budget, but in this case, that would be my statement on it.
Counselor Wright.
Yeah, I don't want to, we're talking, I think, in all fairness, Chief, you have one of the tightest budgets that we continuously, if you look back from the actual budget of 2010, is $1,164,000, and what we're proposing today is $1,283,000, and that's pretty consistent. But I think what Council Nazaro was just trying to, and I'm not going to belabor it, is just on the dues and membership. Traditionally, it's about $3,100. And for actuals, I mean, and you're proposing 42. I understand you want the wiggle room, but you do have one of the tightest budgets around. And it gets to a point where, I don't know if we do a Council Pike says hold off and then come back and look at it, but I think everyone would love to have wiggle room, but when we keep going back and forth, I mean, every year, and you look at the actuals and you look what we're actually trying to put forward, there's a difference,
Counselor Carmichael?
I go along with Councilor Levy on keeping it a little flatter. You're only up $19,000, and it's just not your department, but it should almost be, when we're talking low numbers like that, we will find the money down the line. So I would like, and it's tight, obviously. It's not looks like $19,000 difference. It's almost like, should almost have that matching last year's numbers when we find the money for them down the line if we need it. That's just my opinion.
But the 19 is the cameras, or 12 of that is the cameras, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
close the dog.
Right.
And the other was communication where it's hub, so I don't think there's much for just increase.
But to Ed's point, with all due respect, that would be, I don't disagree. I think if we're looking, at the end of a budget cycle, if we end up looking at between 20 and 100,000 or 20 and 60,000, it would be nice if, because honestly, and I'm not trying to be, believe me, this isn't about you, Chief, this is about the process. I don't know why we spend 7 hours, really, doing the budget, and then, last year we knocked a couple, and this wasn't even with the chief last year, it was at other departments. It's like, it's very frustrating. So, I think there's a certain amount of built-in. I think none of us here are that naive. And I'm not talking about police department at all, I'm talking about in general. And we needed money for the economic development. Steve found it, we appreciated it, I appreciated it. There's money in the budget it's been going on since the beginning of time, and I just
One thing,
rhetorically,
and I
why do we
understand.
do this?
Yeah,
if we're
and
gonna
to be
never-
quite honest, I mean, there's two parts of it. One is so you guys understand the operations of each
I
department.
think we understand a little bit.
The second is, yes, we usually we can find money in the budget when there's certain projects coming up. However, what you're seeing now is, in the years past, the underexpended versus budgeted would be the hundreds of thousands of dollars difference. Now we're down to $80,000.
Not always, but I.
Yeah, we've been keeping the budget pretty level, and that reduces what's actually expended at the end of underexpended at the end of the year. We haven't, I know there's been years that they thought they were gonna go over as well. But I mean, hasn't been since I've been here. But you're seeing that narrow.
Just for my own edification, if we ever got to a point where we couldn't stay within the budget, and I guess constitutionally, we have to have a budget that stays within its number.
By law, you have to, right.
However, if something came up that was some emergency, just for sake of conversation.
Yeah.
We have a fund balance that has roughly $1.8 million in it right now from last year, left over, $1.7 million, whatever it is. Is that money available in an emergency situation to subsidize a situation? Would you have to go to the?
You have to go to the state.
DOR? But you
DOR.
could go and you could justify it if
Yeah.
you had well over your 5 or 8%.
In the situation that happens there is,
So I mean, that's all I'm saying.
but I just want to, it's not, and I want to make sure people realize that it's not, DRA doesn't grant that
It's
often.
not an automatic.
What we would do first is we don't spend on other areas. We probably, if it was
But if the sky falls, the reason we have a
well,
fund balance is that.
let me explain what the Skyfall situation is. The Skyfall situation is Alstead. Alstead was a town of 1,000 people, and they were obliviated a few years ago because of floods. That was a Skyfall situation. Lincoln last year was a Skyfall situation. The roads got all washed out. A homicide isn't a Skyfall situation. A homicide is DRA would say finding in your budget. They would say don't do something else. Skyfall is you lose something huge and your total operating budget isn't as big as the situation. That's the DRA. That's when you go to them. We would have to find something. If it was like a $20,000 expense, we'd have to find
No,
it.
but what if it was a few $100,000?
Few hundred, that would be, if it's a huge situation, then.
They're not gonna leave you in a deficit, I don't, but.
No, yeah, right.
It's fine.
I'm gonna I'll say it, I'd like to see the dues and membership reduced to 3,200. We can put that on hold and come back later,
Yep.
but that'd be pretty close to actual.
Well, if we did that under the assumption that if the chief needs to come back and get something, that we would find it,
Absolutely.
then I would say there's no downside to that, but I don't,
I'll make that work.
I want to make sure the
Okay.
chief's not going to be
Yep.
upset.
I'll make that work.
If you need to come back to us on any of the equipment or whatever, we'll approve it. Right? I'm looking at everybody, right?
I just know the chief drives by me on New Road. so. I don't want that car getting too close.
He's got backup.
I know it does. Chief, thank you. I wish it wasn't, you weren't the first one.
Always the first to be.
But we do this to everybody, and then we never do anything, really, so.
It's the last one of the day where everyone's tired and they're like, okay.
Maybe last next.
Yeah, we'll do it on Wednesday night. Yeah.
See you later.
Chief, enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much.
He gets beat up every year.
Who's up? Recreation?
Rec.
Get over here, Hilton. Let's
Recreation's
go.
up. That is on, there's two recreation pages.
Yeah.
The first is on page 54, and the second will be on 56.
Yeah.
Do they have a copy of the narrative? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. Very good. Thank you.
I never thought we'd need a break after one. All right, let's go. Take it away, Jim.
Do you want me to go line by line? Would that be helpful to you?
Well, why don't you tell us where you know,
Up?
You've got a 4.89% increase. What's the highlights of the increase?
Okay, all right. The increase is $3,382 in regular salaries because of the 1.6 merit. We put that in there.
No,
So- No. The number that I saw.
Okay, that one automatically can be reduced,
Okay, so there you go. So
Which one's
there's-
that?
because that one,
I'm so confused.
I
feel like
am
you're
too, because
speaking
that
in
should have been
tongues there.
reduced
You
out of all
guys,
the
you
budget.
guys speaking your own deal, or do you guys have like a telepathic thing
I'm looking at the
going?
finance director.
But the number, that's, but the number.
You didn't, because the department head is the same as the town administrator's proposed.
So there you go. You
Jim,
saved
before you go,
yourself
just
$3,000.
explain one thing. I'm looking at actual expenditure for full-time salaries at 138, and there's no, it's not lining up. Am I can you help me with that? See where it says actual expenditure for last year, 138, I'm on page
Yeah.
56.
I think.
You have to look
Oh,
at
you're-
56
we're on
and 50
54.
You have to look
Oh.
at the two together.
We're on 54, right.
Well, also actual expenditures, remember, I was on disability from January until May 1st, so you have to take that into account.
Okay.
So that amount was.
No, I was, okay, I get it
Yeah.
now.
Everything else would add up to where it needs to be. So
So what were we talking about, the 3,000?
that looks like that's going to be reduced. Is that right?
How come we don't have any, this, because of the revolving fund, there's
Right.
no actual?
Right.
If you look at 56 in conjunction with page 50.
Yeah, that's where I'm going now, because that's all like not even bother looking at it.
So, I'm sorry.
What,
Go ahead.
let me explain what we're talking
Yeah,
about.
why
with
don't you go and
salary here.
then Phil's got a question.
Department heads all budgeted them a cost of living adjustment of 1.6%. I reduced it. I eliminated that from everybody's budget. This one, it didn't get eliminated. So 1.6% can come off that 150,000.
And you also have another line item in part-time that we have to do that too, with the administrative front desk. There's two places there. One, it's the same person, by the way. They work 10 weeks for 40 hours during camp time. So these two right here, the 6 and the 13, that has to be reduced there too.
Phil, did you have a question?
So, if you add, because the only way to compare this to previous years is to look at both the revolving fund and the general fund together, correct?
I am so confused looking at this budget, by the way, because it's,
So, I'm just looking right now because the line items are kind of all over the place. I'm looking at gross numbers. The proposed, when you add the two together, is about 410,000. But the actuals from 2014 is around 364. So this is a $50,000 increase. This is a large increase. What is the narrative on why this is in toto jumping so much?
his salary maybe?
Well, no, because
When he was sick? No?
that's only a tiny, tiny piece.
Okay.
It's like 10,000, 5,000, 6,000.
I think that the handback was around $30,000 that last year. But we took it out of, again, we put it in revolving account. Revolving account now has to make that money. It has to, so the numbers that you're seeing here are gonna be very solid numbers, but I'm not gonna be spending any of that money unless I have to make that money for that to happen. Because I have to come up with 172, that's right. So once I have a firm grasp on where we are with that piece, which I have a pretty firm grasp on that, then I can look at numbers from there, but I don't have any actuals to be able to compare to
And let me, one other thing, revolving is not taxation.
Right.
So this revolving fund, this entire sheet,
Is all through fund.
we're not even worried about.
No,
That's what they raised through their own funds.
That's right. That's
So-
correct. The only number that you have to worry about, Phil, is this number that we have.
214.
That's correct. That's correct. That's right. And we just reduced it by 3,000 and a little bit more here, so.
So, wait, I'm sorry.
So this is your taxable number right here, the number that we have for, can you see that? Okay, all right.
That's the number you need to look at.
This number, I believe, will be dead on for us this year, and dead on this.
What page are you looking at?
Again, 54 is the one we should be looking at, not 56.
So town administrator proposes 214, and this is very hard because I guess it's the first year of the
Right.
change.
Right.
What was the actual spend last year? 214, it says proposed budget is 214. What was last year?
You really can't do that again
We don't
because
have
you,
that
because you have to take all the programs out, and you're really starting a new budget
Okay,
here.
okay, so let me ask you a question, Jim. Just go through a few line items. So I'm on page 56.
Sure.
Okay, you ready?
Yes.
If you, and I just want you to explain, and I'm sure there's a good explanation, I just don't understand it
Yeah.
yet. If you look at general supplies.
Yes.
Actual expenditure in 15 was 4359. Excuse me, 14, I apologize. And then, last year, it dropped to 649, so I'm going back to 14 because I know 649 can't make sense. And you're proposing 1,650, so how do we, if you go to right from general supplies and then you go to class supplies, 69, 79 was 2014 actual. You're asking for 2154. 3341 in field lights, 5,000.
But those-
27,000 for printing and is that right?
But that's-
Oh,
that's-
bus trips.
Those are all, again.
So those all, so when you say you want 30, when you say you proposed whatever you're proposing here, but whatever it is on that line item for proposed FY16 on page 56, if rec isn't bringing in those monies, that doesn't happen.
Exactly.
That's correct.
None of that is raised by taxation. No.
None of that.
So at the end of the day, this budget is really, it's not that it's irrelevant, but it's a matter of, it won't be spent if it's not raised.
Right.
Is that the bottom line?
Right, the rec revolving is all the self-funding through their fees.
So the fixed, the only part of this budget that's fixed is.
General fund.
And that's on 54.
What you want to see, for the tax rate, what we raise through taxations is on 54.
And so how do we compare that? Because there's, in other words, if you just put in, it would have been helpful in this budget if we had everything outside of the revolving fund, so we could look at actuals.
Well, let me explain. In 2013, the original budget for set full-time salaries, which was in the revolving fund, was in that special fund that was set up for some reason, was $143,975. Again, that was what was level funded for last year as well. What they're looking at for full-time salaries this year is $147,642, which is about the 4,000 increase, which have been the transfer for the merit pay.
Then what's full-time salaries at 150? Am I missing something?
Yeah, that's one, again,
that
there
the
was
one
an
you
error
reduced?
on that
That's
one.
when
That's when I just
okay.
reduced.
Okay. Counselor Nazaro.
So, at the end of the day, the one that's in the tax rate is really a 7K increase.
Right.
And actually, it's less than that now that, well,
It
yeah,
was 10, now it's 7.
right, actually, yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Did you also take those two that I told you for the part-time? Because that's also in there. The administrative front desk and the administrative, the 1040 times 10
Only
weeks.
$700.
Say $700. That's right. So there's another $700 there.
You're right, it's about 7,000
Yeah.
difference.
Counselor Weinstein.
So the new position
Yes.
is in the revolving fund or in the general?
No, it's in the general fund, but what I did was I put $3,000 in revolving you'll see, let me just kind of walk you through it, because what I'm trying to do is eventually have that subsidized by, part of it will be subsidized by revolving. Okay, so can I go to that new position and
Yeah.
talk about that? Because that's really the biggest increase I have, and there's a couple other small things there. The part-time position is because of a vacancy. The senior coordinator resigned because of health issues, which we know. And the amount that was in that before, and the previous, this budget right now was $16,116. What I'm proposing is to make the position into a program director. And that would give that person more scope to be able to put together programs that would allow us to be able to increase revenue, that would be able to be put under the revolving account, and also allow us to be able to have a senior citizen center open 5 days. When Martha was running, she would just go Monday through Thursday because it was only 20 hours, so we had, and sometimes she would do it in the evenings and activities that were happening when that was going on. So what I'm trying to do is go from a 20-hour position to a 29.5-hour position, but I also need to increase the salary because when you're going to get someone on, and again, I think it was $10.64, that's how much she was an hour, and asking for $16 an hour. So I can get a person that's in there that can actually run as a director.
Okay, Jim?
Yes.
One quick question. At 29.5 hours, you don't pay any benefits?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's the reason we did it.
Okay.
That's correct.
No benefits, no retirement.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I put $3,000 actually in the revolving account just for equipment and things like that, so we can see if that basically makes $3,000, I can take $3,000 more out of that and move it down to revolving next year. Okay? Any questions on that position? You're good? Okay. The training and staff development is level funded. The travel expenses are level funded. I'm following pretty much the budget until I know what I have for numbers after this year. I'll look at where, the meal allowance is level funded, the postage is level funded, the general supplies is level funded. Communication was increased by $129 because I have a shared line, which I hadn't got on, and also I have a phone service plan. So that's basically going to take care of that. That amount takes care of those, but it's only increased by $129. Dues and subscriptions were increased by $588 to add actually, the design program was in there, but this will allow us to be able to have a program that instead of buying the suite every year, every 3 or 4 years, it basically upgrades it. And allows us to be able to save ourselves $2,000 in layout and design. I decreased maintenance, equipment maintenance by $522, and the reason I did that is playground replacement or maintenance, like a piece of fixed equipment, I would take it out of there. I moved it now into what is called the recreation equipment purchase. The recreation equipment purpose is only for things that's not used for revolving account. Like, for instance, if there's a swing that gets broken that people are using the general public in there, I would have to take it out of that. If there was the poles that they use for the softball and baseball, I'd have to take it out of that. And I believe I could get that absorbed within that program by doing that. So that's level funded. And I, again, decreased the equipment maintenance, try to keep RecTrack, the Icon lease, the RecTrack modules, the page resource, all those things that are in there that are basically contractual.
Jim, just because I happen to be out with a grandchild at one of the playgrounds, the one for younger children.
Yes.
That's near where all the.
The wood one.
Yeah. Is that, are you, that seemed like it was getting to the point where it needed some.
I put in for capital improvement to be able to replace that.
Oh, okay.
I'm still moving in that direction right now, but it definitely needs to be replaced in the next 10 years, yes. We go in there and put piecemeal to it, but it's been around for a while.
Yeah, thanks.
And Sunrise Sunset, I cut from $4,500 to $2,200 to give them a basic running of the office and everything, but I moved $3,000 into revolving account to give them the equipment they needed, so that we could basically that would be program related.
What kind of training do you do for $2,000?
There's 2 pieces of the training. Let me get back to that here. One is going to the New Hampshire Recreation, actually the Northern New England's, which is in, right in New Hampshire. Where is that?
It's conferences.
Yeah, there's only one conference that we actually go to, and there's usually at least two of us, sometimes three of us, that goes to that. And the Northern New England's are where Maine, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont all come together, and they basically put together a program, and so it's right in our home state, and we take advantage of that. And then the other one is $800 for the specialized training. And that is basically set up so that if there's any comprehensive training in revenue development, or specialized training, administration, and marketing, or even something with the state, we would be able to try to utilize that. We try to use as many of the LW local government center ones too. We actually go for those because those are free.
So are these weekend excursions?
Yeah, just one. Just one is. Just the Northern New England's. That's it. Yes.
And they don't receive overtime if it's that. We schedule them so they don't.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, I kind of figured that.
They're
That's why I
going
wanted to make sure.
out, and there's two,
Yeah.
sometimes three,
Yeah, no. Yeah. There's usually,
If
most
you
of the time,
bring
it's
somebody
only, there's only
along,
two of
it's
us.
at their expense?
Yeah, no.
If somebody brings their wife or
Yeah, I don't bring
something?
anybody along because I'm working, that's what,
Yeah.
yeah,
That's what we wanted to hear.
yeah, I'm working. That's our time that we basically get the information that comes from even the nationals comes down into that area. Instead of going to nationals, we utilize that, so.
Jim, how'd the revolving ultimately work? Did you have to shift programs around?
We're actually doing pretty well.
Because we always used to sort of be subsidizing recreation.
Right,
That's why
I think that I can't do that anymore because,
No, so what I'm saying is, how did it work?
What's working, the answer to the question is.
What was the difference?
Well, the difference right now is that you have to keep, you have so many programs that you can only run because you only have $191,000, period.
So if you cut, well, that's only a
looked at-
factor of how much you bring in, right?
Well, you have also input and output, so it has to be, it's not only what comes in, it's what goes out. So you look at all the programs that are making money or breaking even.
And those are ones you focused on this year? Did you get rid of some that were just losers?
I have, yes, I've looked at some that I felt like it wasn't worth it. The other thing is, remember, we took all of the community activities that we have, like the Halloween Hunters today, and they had to find ways to be able to be paid for sponsorships, et cetera. So all those things are now.
Do you think it worked pretty well overall?
I'm still in the experimental stage I'm not experimental stage. I'll tell you at the end of the
Do
year.
you feel that there was a reduction or a
Yes.
significant loss for the town? That's
No.
my question.
No,
Okay.
I do not. I think that we did the right thing.
Good.
I think we are doing well. My biggest fear was the community programs. It looks like as though those are going okay. Looks like people are stepping up for those because they want to see the Easter egg hunt. They want to see the Halloween hunt. So, okay, pay, and if people aren't paying, that's the other thing, is we get to the point when people have to pay, then we'll do that.
Yeah, I have one last question. This new position, the part-time position with 29.5, is that you promoting somebody within, or you?
No, we actually are not, we're looking at, well, it depends. It wouldn't be someone from the town, no. But there are.
Nobody that's working at the senior center right now?
Well, I don't know that yet. I'm hoping, it's closed as of today. So I can tell you that better today, because I don't have all the applications. We had a lot of young individuals from UNH that were interested in it.
Okay, so you,
Oh, yeah, I put it all out. I put it
put it
at local government center.
Okay.
I put it to New Hampshire Recreation Park Association. We put it to the senior citizen centers of New Hampshire, and then we also posted it.
and tell me again, is this it's a part-time for 52 weeks a year?
Yes.
With no benefits?
That's correct.
All right, okay.
That's correct.
Thanks.
And $3,000 of that, I'm hoping after this, we can move out of that into the actual revolving account. Steve and I have been talking about this, and I don't want to do it too quickly, because the thing is, most of those activities, we only have two that basically make money, the Wii bowling and in bingo. But I'm trying to add programs.
Yes, that's, you got from police to rec.
Yeah, WII, yeah.
Exactly what you're thinking, the we, yeah.
The only other thing I wanted to talk to you about, just quickly, and I know that you got lots going on, is the only increase that we saw in the, you saw an increase for the revolving account. I know that you really don't care because the revolving account is not, but I wanted you to know the reason why that is that. Because what happened was, we are truly going to be bearing the responsibility of most of the other things that happen within like an employee, like a part-time person. We're going to have FICA and Medicare basically taken out, and that will be into this line item. So $7,683 of that now will be absorbed by a revolving account, right, Matt? Yeah, I'm sorry. The Medicare and FICA now will be in this line item.
So they're going to basically put those employees that are working in there into the revolving to make them...
They already are, but just that, the benefits now...
That part of it's going to go in there.
That's correct. The only other one is that I added $800, and $800, I'm seeing sports are making us money, very, very good. So I'm trying to build up that program so that we can do that. Like, for instance, today's soccer, the last day, we have 27 coaches. They're all volunteer coaches. That's where we make money.
How are you going to pay for the lights and $5,000, $6,000?
$5,000 is set aside there because what happens is that people will come in and they'll say, I want the lights on. So that's in a number that I stay. It could be less, it could be more. So just make sure that I have that. And the only reason I do have that is because the high school requires us to turn the lights on in the spring, 2 months, sometimes 3 months, and sometimes, the fall, and then one time in the spring. That's a $1,400 jump.
So do they pay for that?
They do.
for you?
They do.
Okay, so that really is...
And that's why I put that in there, to cover that, because I wanted to make sure that and they've done it 2 months this year. If they go on and let's say they're in second place, both teams are in second place, they couldn't theoretically have to do November if they had a home game that they're going to do in the night. So it could be 3 times, so there's $3,000 right there, you see? And so I want to make sure that we have the money that's set aside for that.
Counselor Weinstein?
I think it was just in the last year or two that you started accepting fees for the use of the facilities, to rent the room and rent the fields. How is that going?
Good. Actually, the rental of the income from all rentals goes right in the general fund. And we had $4,000 this year, but we had an individual that was doing it once every week. We haven't seen that right today. I'm not sure. They're still talking to us about that. But we're seeing a lot of birthday parties. We're seeing a lot of programs that are happening there. So I would say that it's going to be around $3,000 or $4,000, $2,000 or $3,000. That's good. Yes. And there's another one that we have too that's in there. The revenue that we generate from Sunrise Sunset, even though there's those 2 small programs, they go also in the general fund because we have that program that's under us in the general fund. I'm hoping to kind of eventually step away from that and take some of that money away so that we can actually lower that too. So again, the programs will go directly into the revolving.
That's a good segue. There's no lights on. If I were you, I would hit the road.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I mean that in the nicest way.
Thank you.
Enjoy your Saturday.
Thank you.
Water and sewer.
All right, Sean.
This may not go as easily.
15% increase.
This is Sean's got his own revolving fund going on.
Sean does not have any funds. They're all town
Sean's
funds.
got a revolving fund. I bill it, you pay it.
I'm sorry.
Second to last
Page 58 and 59. Water first?
Yes, water first. If you were to look at the budget, yes, it's up about 15%. Basically, all of it is planned. Most of it is actually due to the part of it's due to the McIntosh well. It'll be the increases in LP gas, chemicals, electricity, and contract services. Obviously, it's going to take more. We need to heat the buildings, we need to have electricity to the buildings, we need to add additional chemicals to treat the water, and the last piece is contract services, which is the testing that goes along with that. The required testing is substantial for the water there because it's a new water source. And what happens when you get a new water source is the state requires you to do a whole series of tests. And as you prove that there is no issues, then you can actually reduce the testing as you go along in years. So that's how that works. So that's for the McIntosh well. We also have an increase in bonds and notes because I'm anticipating coming to substantial completion on the water line for the going up to the tank. So I needed to put money in there for bonds and notes and interest for the construction loan for that. The other large piece that's going up, I put in money for additional postage and for general supplies for going to monthly billing for the water department. And otherwise, beyond that, it's a pretty close to a flat budget.
How come your gas is going up so much? I mean, you know,
The
none of
LP
us is-
gas?
Well, it says gasoline. Your budget last year was 15, you spent 12.3. Gas is,
That's LP gas.
no,
No,
oh,
above
I'm
it.
sorry.
No,
Did
you're
I
right.
miss?
Above it is gasoline.
Oh, yeah, well, that went up.
Gasoline's going up
yeah,
nothing. It's
yeah,
LP.
that went up 500 from actuals.
Okay.
Sorry about that. So
Yeah.
LP,
LP gas, the reason
no,
that
we
is...
gotta get lines on this, because it's like really hard to line up.
It's because of the McIntosh well, you have the blending facility and you have the pump house itself.
And chemicals are going up double too?
Chemicals are going up to, that is the addition of the hypochlorite, the potassium and stuff for the McIntosh well. Everything, the
But
reason...
I'm just asking, Sean.
Yeah, no, I just
No,
wanna
no,
tell you what it is.
Last year, you asked for 20.
Yes,
And, you know, or actually, hold on a minute, 2014, if I'm reading this right, you asked for 26,000 for chemicals.
mm-hmm,
You spent 10.
yes. And the large decrease in that is we had somebody else, another supplier come to town, or to the area, that sells caustic soda, which we actually ended up reducing our cost in that chemical
Okay.
substantially.
So why, I'm just asking, why now, if we budgeted 26 and we spent 10, are we going up to 22?
That is the additional chemicals that we're anticipating at the McIntosh well.
Okay.
Per unit's down, but total cost is up because we're using more.
We're adding.
Because we're adding another
We're adding a
facility.
facility.
We're adding another facility. That, the whole additional cost for those is because we're adding another facility.
And let me just speak briefly about his chemicals. I've been watching a lot of his chemical trends. He doesn't necessarily buy caustic soda every single month. He buys it in bulk. You might see where he did a big purchase in one year, and that purchase crossed into another fiscal year. He still has to budget at a higher level because of the fluctuation in months.
Yeah.
Can't believe I'm bringing this up. System maintenance was budgeted 45, actual expenditure was 54. You're bringing that down to 45? It's the first time I've ever brought that up in my life. I just want you all to
Well,
Bring it
know. I'm
down.
just asking. Yeah, why are you, is there something that happened?
There,
strange?
at times, there are some things that happen, things break. We actually, at the end of the year, we plan to do so much maintenance in the system, and at the end of the year, last year, we had some issues with some services and stuff that
You
we
don't think
actually...
you'll have this year?
We plan to do 45. That's what our plan is. And generally, what happens is at the end of the year, generally what happens is after the first, say July 1st hits, we do X amount of repairs, maintenance, hydrants, whatever we're doing. And then we plan in the spring so much.
Where
What-
did you find that money, Sean? Where did you, you budgeted 45 last year, okay?
Yeah.
For system maintenance, and you spent 50, call it 55, right?
Yep.
It was 54.9. And this year you're budgeting 45. I'm just asking to, just so I understand.
Well,
Where did you find the 9 grand or 10 grand
Well,
last year for that?
I guess, I mean, obviously you saw that chemicals was 10,000 less than the
Okay,
previous year. We also spent about 4,000 less in engineering. But I think the bulk of that was, I saw that the chemical costs were gonna be down, so we're able to cover that piece. Otherwise, I would have been coming to you. But, yes, we did, at the end, we actually had a hydrant that we had to replace. You know, it's 2,200 for the hydrant, another couple thousand to replace it. We had a few issues out there that we had to, at the end,
okay.
take care of.
Counselor Carmichael?
Yes,
That's unusual, that piece, to be that like that.
bonds, notes, principal, bonds, and notes and interest.
Yep.
Can you explain that a little bit, the big increase?
Okay, how this works is we pay construction interest and for the McIntosh well and for the water line going up to the tank, which we've already started to draw off those accounts. We need to make sure that we budget money to cover costs for interest and principal. The water line is anticipated to be done within this budget year. So next year, we're going to have a bond payment due for that piece. At the same time, the McIntosh well will be done probably in next year, but our substantial completion, but we've also budgeted the construction loan interest because it'll be done. And then the following year, it'll have the total principal and interest payment
That
due.
just seems awful high, $90,000 between the two of them.
We also have our last payment for the water meters is that year.
Is it part of the $90,000?
Yes, that's our last payment.
Okay, thank you.
Principal and interest, just for everybody, that's, once that's approved by the voters when we're out to bond, that's a fixed cost that even if we have default budget, that has to remain in there.
So every year, it's going to be about the same amount now?
It's actually probably start reducing over time because the interest is.
It's highest in the beginning, I think.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so instead of 90,000,
Probably be
what will,
88.
it'd be 80, okay, so you're not going to
Nothing
see,
Yeah.
you're not going to see it come down to 60
Right,
and
it's
30?
because you're paying less interest on the amount of that you have for principal there.
So for a senior citizen like myself, I'm not going to see any big difference in the
It's
next
a
few
20-year
years.
bond, so-
Yeah, and this stuff was planned,
Right.
and this stuff was planned, so it's not going to
Rolling,
affect,
maybe,
it's not going to affect the water rate.
Okay, thank you.
The longer you live, the less you'll pay, Ed.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
But then we'll have other projects. in.
Building maintenance, hold on a minute, building, heat and oil, 20.
That's sewer. We're still on water.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me stick, I don't want to mix sewer with water, that's the last thing I want to do.
Good idea.
Phil?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Transfer to capital reserve.
Yes.
Why are we planning in our operating and maintenance budget, moving money to a capital reserve fund as opposed to just putting it in, like you would anything else, to a capital reserve?
I guess I don't understand the question.
We budget there, that line item, that is the contribution to the capital reserve funds for water.
Okay.
We don't put it on the other budget because that's the general fund budget. We don't have a separate page for water.
So this year, when all the warrant articles are broken out from capital reserve.
That will be out.
This will be out.
Yep.
So this really is separate.
It is, but you have to,
You have to put it in because it's coming to the water rates. Is that why
Right.
it's in here?
right. And again,
It's like a revolving fund, really, I mean, in a way, it's. gotta-
Water and sewer.
It's got to
Water
be
is-
yeah,
self-sustaining.
water and sewer are. But the 364, the reason why it's in there, you're right, and I did it for the other ones too. I didn't take them out of the budget because if I took them out of the budget, everybody would be like, well, you're not comparing apples to apples because last year it was in the budget, so I left it in the budget.
Yeah, but my point is like, Chief Sear has capital reserve funds, but it's not in his budget.
Right, he has to be in there because it's an enterprise fund.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I just have a quick one. Can I go ahead?
Yep.
Sean, in the water department, how many employees are there?
There are considered two.
Okay.
There is the, for my piece, there are some other administrative piece in there. Because there is the water operator, the system technician is considered half-time
Yep.
for water department.
Yep.
And then I'm considered half-time for water department.
Okay.
So there's two equivalents.
Considered.
10%, I believe,
10%.
yes. And then there's also some staff for billing and collection.
Yeah. And I just, it's, I don't want to harp on this, but on uniforms,
Yep.
can you explain the uniform policy? Because, I mean, you have 3,000, or you want $2,700 for uniforms?
Yes.
Now, do these people, how does that work? I mean, I know it's since 2010, it's fluctuated. I mean, do they get the equipment as they need it? Are they given a stipend for that?
Okay. They have their uniforms that they wear every single day.
Right.
Their pants that
Yeah.
they're issued and laundry.
Yeah.
Then there also, what's in there is vests, there's stuff that they use, and then there's also disposables. So the reason you're going to see a drop in uniforms, there was a drop in this budget and in the sewer, and actually a larger drop in the sewer because there's more people in the
Yeah.
sewer side, is because we actually got a better bid on the uniforms that go out.
So the actual uniforms, and did they get the laundry service?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So you
They-
actually bid out the services?
Yes.
For the uniform, okay.
And just because we have a water operator doesn't mean he doesn't
I
work
know
in the
that,
sewer.
I know that, I know that,
So
yeah.
it's really important to have those uniforms.
Ed?
Paperwork, you mentioned paperwork. Do you have your own clerk? Administrative assistant, I guess, or who do you share it with? Or-
I share with the Public Works Department, the secretary. I pay, the Water Department pays 10% of their salary, and the Sewer Department pays 10% of the salary. And then the others are collections, which aren't, and billing, which I don't. So
DPW,
DPW,
the
the
fire department,
the administrative assistant,
80%?
I pay 20% of
So
her,
they
yeah.
pay the 80.
Yes, yep,
Rickwood.
yes.
Just out of curiosity, Sean, could you cut your contracted services?
The contracted services for the water department, the biggest piece that's coming in to make that increase is the testing for the water, and it's to do with the Macintosh well. And what happens is
Is that a one-time only?
that is not a one-time only. You will see
The
it,
new budget's gonna be 15 grand a year?
it could decrease over time as we prove we don't need as much testing. So what happens is DES is going to require us to do a whole rate of testing. The VOCs, a bunch of different THMs, a lot of different, I know I'm throwing X, a lot of different testing.
Now, the
As you prove that there is no issue with those items in the well, you can go to reduce testing.
The only reason I ask is because in 13, you asked for 12.
Yeah.
You spent 9. And then in 14, you reduced it to 9, because obviously you only spent 9,
Yeah.
and and you only spent 83.
Mhm.
And I'm just wondering if 15 could be 12.
It's based on what we're anticipating for testing for the Macintosh well.
Okay, and the only other question I have on your budget is your engineering.
Yes.
You asked for 30 and 13.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you spent because it's not here. Then you asked for 30 and 14, you spent 20. 21, call it.
I spent 23, 22, and now just about 21.
Oh, wait a minute.
That's the last 3 years that I have. We're spending
I'm
for-
looking at actual expenditure for 14 is 20,874.
Yeah, I just rounded to 21.
Okay.
I mean, I just,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this year, you're asking for 25.
yes.
I'm just asking, could it be 20, is there a big reason that, I mean, we've spent a lot of money on engineering to get up to where we are. Is there any reason it's going to be much higher than last year?
Well, I looked on the basic history of the, because I'm looking at 22,871 was 2 years ago, then 22,1. So it's been right in that 22 range. Last year was 21, just about.
And the only reason I'm asking, Sean,
Yeah.
is because I'm assuming a lot of the engineering's sort of been done.
We're still required.
I know we're still using them, but.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess what we're using that for is we're required for the Macintosh well to do gauging and levels on groundwater levels and surface water levels, which is part of that. I also have in there for doing some more flow testing for the system, because we're going to be completing a bunch of different projects, so that we can start to look at what our next projects are going to be. If you were going to cut it, I wouldn't go below what we've been using.
22?
I mean, I wouldn't go below 22, and it's,
Could we-
to be honest, 3,000 isn't a,
Hey,
yeah,
listen,
it's fine.
at this table, that's
I mean,
earth-shaking.
well, no, I mean, like I said, I try every avenue not to spend it. but
No,
I
we,
mean-
listen, Sean, we're
But I
not beating
mean-
you up. I mean, I'm just. $3,000?
But I guess I budgeted it based on what I was seeing for the last 3 years. If you want to cut it down to 22, I
Well, I'm
guess I
just-
got to make it work.
I'm just asking.
We don't have the same restrictions here that we do with the tax rate, though, because,
Right.
because we could change the water rates any day,
Right,
as opposed to like with the legally, where our budget is set.
right.
So this is outside of that, so.
Well, in that case, let's make the damn thing, 800 grand and give all you guys a break. I'm just saying, there's one
Yeah.
area where, listen, if you got,
No.
bring it up, because I
That's
think
fine.
we've been doing a lot of engineering the last few years. It's not like we haven't been doing engineering. So, I mean, if you think you could live at 22, doesn't benefit, it's a revolving fund essentially to me.
I guess I'd feel better at
This is for the-
23.
This is for the water users, not, I'm on a well, so this isn't personal.
If you were to pick a number, I'd pick 23. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to, I'm going to try not to spend it, but I mean, that's, because that puts it, I've spent on average right around
All right,
22.
so we'll be like the pickers, 22.5. Anyway, if you can reduce it, 2,500 or whatever, I think any reduction we
Well,
can do is worthwhile.
I think 23 would be an acceptable, because I've spent on average around 22. And that just leaves that little,
We'll look at it. We'll come up with 22, 23,
Well, pick a number.
23.
Not
22.5, we'll
Yeah,
do 22.5. We'll do 22.5. make
Hey, chalk
everybody
that
happy.
up as one small victory for the taxpayers. Hey, listen, we fight over $300 before, Yeah, I mean, this is like, I'm on a well, so I just want to be clear.
And again, the vast majority of it is debt service, is what
Yes.
it's going to.
Let's see, I got to do this correctly. Ed, did you have a question?
Yes. Sludge disposal?
whoop, we're still on water.
We're not on wastewater. yet.
Still on
We're
water.
getting there. We're going to get there, though, I promise. We're on water. Counselor Wright.
Yeah, I should have brought up back then, but for the contractor services, it's the 15,000 mainly due to the Macintosh well.
Correct.
And you said eventually, because we have all this mandated testing to do. Since 2010, the average cost has been $8,000. At what point in the future do you foresee that? Do you see it ever dropping back to 8,000, or be consistent?
I don't see it dropping to 8,000, because you still have that additive source that you're going to have to do testing. I mean, case in point, for example, many years ago when we do lead and copper testing every 3 years. So that's a 3-year cycle. And when we did lead and copper testing, we actually got it extended out to 12-year cycle. But as soon as we brought the water plant online, we went right back to the 3-year cycle.
All right.
And then I was looking to go back to those, extending those cycles, but now the Macintosh well is going to put us right back to that cycle. So you're kind of stuck.
All right, it's $2,500. Got abused for it, no less.
It's not
Yeah, it's
personal.
a small victory in life. Anyway,
One,
do we want to go to wastewater?
yes.
Well, we on wastewater yet? You guys-
No,
you
no,
done
I got
with-
one more question on the water. Anybody cover the contracted services? Yes, that was, okay, that's good. Okay, wastewater.
Move on quick.
I want to get to this wastewater. Wastewater.
Yeah, let's start out with sludge.
Okay, let's start out with sludge.
Can I do the overview
lot of
first?
sludge
Yeah, do you want me to
flying
go over the overview first, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the wastewater overview. Ideally, what has happened, the biggest increases you're gonna see in the wastewater is we're looking for another full-time person, and budget. We know that as part of the new plant, the projected increases in personnel was 2. What this person is going to do is, because not only with the wastewater treatment plant, but we received a new permit, which is requiring us to do a lot more stuff out in the collection system. So the person I am looking to hire is going to be a wastewater treatment plant operator, which is also going to be working out in the collection system. Because now we are required to do, creating plans for maintenance. We have to,
What's the position of wastewater manager?
no, it's going to be an operator, someone that actually operates and goes out and does the physical work of operating the wastewater treatment plant and going out and working in the collection system.
Yeah, that license, right?
So, and they're going to be required to have a license, yes. Normally, actually, in the past 4 hires in the water and sewer department, we were not able to find licensed operators. We had to hire somebody and then train them. So this person will be working out in the collection system, fulfilling the requirements, the new requirements as part of our permit, and it'll be brought on board to help learn to the new facility. So it'll,
This is the non-point requirement that you're doing.
no, this is
No,
to
this
do
is
with.
just to run the whole
This is
system.
to actually go out and do the collection system operation and maintenance of it. And it's pretty detailed. I believe, I want to say about maybe 6 to 10 months ago, I might have included it in your monthly reports, everything that needed to be done.
Is that ever done on a part-time or hold on a minute, a contracted services basis?
It had done in a contract surfaces, just the cleaning of the sewers. We used to do
No,
that.
no, but I'm saying, could that be done less without having a full-time employee?
We're still going to need somebody. We're trying to stretch this person as far as we can and get the most use out of them. So what I'm hoping to do is see how we can fit this person in to do both the operation of the plant where we need somebody.
What he
and
said
do
was,
that.
originally the plan was for the new plant, we're gonna have to add 2 people. He's trying to do it with 1.
And do,
Just asking
Trying to
if
do
the
with zero,
contract.
right.
Well, no,
And do
I'm
the
not
collection
zero.
Contract,
Not
contract.
zero.
No, I
but
understand.
Are there, just to answer my question.
Yeah.
Are there companies out there that do this on a contracted basis for a system our size that might be less money? That's all I'm asking.
I don't believe so,
Has it been
but
looked
I
into?
can look into that because there are companies that go out there and will operate someone's collection system for them.
I'm just thinking,
We
you
would-
won't have
but
insurance, you won't
normally-
have FICA and all that stuff.
Well, can I get
Yeah.
a little farther into that a little bit?
Sure.
Currently, we have actually tried to hire somebody to do the cleaning of our system. We tried twice. We went out twice to try and hire somebody because we lost the person we had before that was going out with the back truck doing it. So we actually had in the budget $16,500 in part-time for somebody to do that. We're actually eliminating that position. So when you actually look at it, the total cost of the new employee was $63,627 was the impact. But because we're reducing the part-time, the impact to the budget is $47,000. And that's for an operator at the wastewater treatment plant that we know we have to hire and to try and cover the collection system together.
Sean, at what point will he be brought on? If this is a new plant, when do you plan to bring him on? Early enough where he's going to be there when things are being constructed and?
That's July 1st of next year. That's
So he'll
when
be here at that
construction.
point.
He'll be here, and we'll be able to train him and learn, so we can actually learn it as it goes.
Okay,
That's the whole point.
yeah.
Maybe, it's next, but maybe you could just see if there was a contracted person that wouldn't necessarily, is this person gonna clean it and operate it, or?
Well, here's the thing. I know I'm bringing on an operator,
I'm trying to do it with that operator that I have to bring on for the treatment plan anyway. So I'm actually doing it at a lesser cost than if I bring on the operator and then hire somebody else.
Because you're still gonna have to have that operator for the wastewater plant, even if we have the cleaning done by a contractor, the operator's still gonna be there.
Ed?
I like that idea. Your idea. What you're doing is saving money and bringing somebody aboard. We're
trying to
already
see
paying
just-
16,000, you're only gonna be paying 47. A lot of people think 47's a lot of money, but, you know, in today's market, like you're saying, finding good operators, I guess. Sludge. Bringing me back to sludge. Here we
Yeah, it
go.
was hard finding a cleaner.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
But they, yeah,
exactly.
okay.
Now, when you say collections, people aren't going around, people knocking on their door saying, hey, you owe us a water bill.
This is the system that takes the wastewater
This
from
is actually
people's
collecting the
houses.
wastewater.
This
Yeah,
is-
that's right.
When I
Yeah,
talk-
but I mean,
when I
no,
talk-
just to,
Yeah,
so
just to make
everybody
sure, no,
understands
yeah,
that.
right. Absolutely.
When I
This is-
talk collection system, I'm talking about
System.
the 6 pumping stations we have, the 21 miles of sewer, gravity sewer we have, and the 2 miles of gravity mains we have. That's the operation of that system.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Collections, the other side of collections is actually the tax collector
Yeah.
position.
Yeah.
His collection is the.
No, I assume that, but
Yeah.
they always say, watch what you
Yep.
assume, you know?
Yep.
No, I think it's a great idea. I really, I like what you've come up with there. Now, if I can ask my question about the sludge.
Let me just finish it, and then I'll get to the sludge.
Oh, come on, you're killing me, you're killing me.
The other large increases are the, one is on the postage because of going to monthly billing. The other one is chemicals because of historic chemicals. We've had some issues because we have some new permit stuff and we've actually been adding more chemicals. And then the last two is, one is Neptune permit is an increase of 40,000 to 60,000. The reason that is because we received bids last year to do our non-point source plan. We are required to do that plan, and I put that money in so we meet the deadline to do that. And then the last piece is the transfer to capital reserve, which is 64,200. And what that is we actually are just finalizing the collection system operation, collection system capital improvement plan, and $450,000 was identified in deficiencies in our collection system, and not collection system pump stations. And so we've spread it over 4 years, not 4 years, 3 years, to start to make those improvements out of capital reserve.
Can you explain that again? Because you're going from 100 to 164, so. explain.
Yes, we're putting $150,000 this year, the plan is this year, next year, and the year after, to take care of the code and code issues and other issues that are associated with our pumping stations. We have 6 pumping stations. These pumping stations, some of them do not meet safety issues for our employees. They also have deteriorating equipment, because some of them haven't been touched since 1980, 1970. I mean, some of
So
them.
you're gonna spend 64,000 theoretically for 3 years to get them up to?
150,000. The other 14,000 is actually the money that is put in for vehicles. So the 150 out of the 164 is for lift station issues, the pumping station issues. The 14,000,
Break that out in the future, just so we can.
Well, it's actually in his description. This is the 164 is, again, like with the water one, that's a transfer of the capital reserve
Yeah.
funds that we have to have in that.
so, yeah, so anyway, so that's the increases. Now to get to the sludge. And I can actually speak to the way about it. The sludge is the biosolids, or not biosolids, are the solids that are actually trucked off-site from the process. How our process works is we actually have anaerobic digesters. We heat the digesters and actually reduce the volume of the sludge, and then the sludge is put over to a press and dewatered, and then it goes over the press about 3% solids, comes off the press about 20% solids, and then that is trucked off. So this past year and a half, we've had issues with the digester and with the press, we have not been hauling off nearly as much sludge because it hasn't been going to the press. The sludge actually has been going to the drying bed because of the issues we've had. I have a lot of sludge sitting in the drying bed.
Normally, I would say this is too much information.
That sludge has to get hauled off. That's why there's been a reduction in the, you see the big difference between the 30 and the 16 of sludge.
Yeah, and then you got the 1,800
1,800 in. 1,800.
on the fiscal year actual expenditure, 1,800,
Oh, that's for the current year.
yeah.
That's
all
current
you-
year.
That's all you spent.
That's current year. Yeah, that's
That's
gonna
between
change.
July and September.
That's-
Yeah, so that would be less than the 16, but you're saying you're gonna double it?
I'm gonna say that I'm probably gonna get close to that 30,000 once
Enough sitting there to double it, I guess, is my question.
There's quite a bit sitting in that drying bed, yes.
Okay.
Now, to address the oil issue, we heat that digester. If you look at the 2 years previous, we actually used $28,000 in the 28.6 and 28 in the previous years. It depends on what's going on with that digester and how we heat that digester. And we haven't had enough. We actually are looking to actually take that offline again to try and get it ready for the upgrade. So that's where we've had some savings in how that got operated this past year. I'm not saying I'm gonna have those savings again this year. It depends on how that process goes.
Phil's been waiting a long time. I just want to finish, only because it was brought up earlier about the salary. It's not just the salary, and I'm sure there's other things in this, but the health insurance is going from 65 to 87.
Yes.
Retirement is going from 20 to 24, so, I'm not saying it's,
I added that in to the total, that's in the 63,000 I said, minus the 16 equals the 47. So that is included in that number?
oh, you did?
Yes.
67 isn't
Yes.
the salary, that's salary and benefits. Salary is
Salary and
35.
benefits.
Okay, well, that's, okay.
So, yes. No, I can't.
no, that's
I gotta
fine.
do it that way. 'cause-
That's fine. Counselor Nazar's been waiting.
Yeah.
So, to follow up on the sludge,
Yeah.
I recognize you've got a lot in the drying bed now, so for FY15, you're hauling that now, right?
I'm hauling that now, but what I'm saying is I'm not anticipating putting anything in the drying bed in 15. So my number will actually go back up to the previous years. Which in 2011-12, I had 30,500, and then in.
Okay, because we don't have those
and-
actuals.
In
Okay.
12-13, I had 24,000.
Okay,
So, yeah.
all right.
And I can't put it in the drying bed next year because there will be no drying bed next year.
Because the new facility's going
Yeah,
right where the
going
drying
right,
bed
yes.
is. Yep. Engineering?
Yes.
So actuals was down to like 19,000?
I actually, because there was a PO missing in there, I actually have it at 24,600.
Okay. So why does it say 19 here? Or 18,847?
Yeah, I don't know. That's one thing that I had.
So what was the real number?
Showing expended, not expended plus what's encumbered. Most of the reports that we issue to people are what's expended, not what's anticipated as being spent.
What
Wait a
is,
minute.
It was encumbered from 14, and they spent it in this year.
right.
It's part of a contract.
Okay. So the non-point source permits, recognizing that those are going up, NPDES permits? That's the non-point source plan?
The non-point source plan is the piece that we agreed with the AOC that we agreed.
How much, you said we got the bids, how much did they come in for?
That was 60 grand is what it was.
So the bids came in for 60,
Yeah.
and there's nothing we can do with other
Have we
communities?
even, I don't remember, have we looked at that yet?
Well, this here is for us to come up with a plan for Newmarket.
Okay.
This is not a plan for anybody else. This
No, I
plan is
know.
just for
Have
Newmarket.
we seen that as a council?
You had the engineering about,
Couple meetings, 3
Did we
meetings
vote
ago.
on that?
Yeah.
Did we actually?
No,
Yes.
this is not. This is a budgetary number. We did not move forward with this piece.
So what did we vote on a few weeks ago?
You voted on the tracking and accounting system.
That's
which
right.
That's
That's
totally
why I'm
separate.
asking, so.
We haven't, this
We
is,
haven't seen this, that you're. what
you
you're
won't
like-
see it until 2016, fiscal year
Till
16.
next year, that's when we plan on doing it.
Right.
But you've got the bids now that are gonna.
Not bids,
Oh.
Yeah,
estimates.
estimates, yeah. Well, they came-
Estimates.
So has there actually been an RFQ put
No.
out? Or just conversation?
Well, actually, we did do a dual piece of it, and we had them estimate in their bids what it would cost to do a non-point source plan. And the reason I did that was so that we could have a pretty good number of what it would cost.
Okay. Go ahead.
Just one last small item.
Yeah.
We're doubling the advertising. What are we advertising?
As part of our new permit, and actually, we actually go in with it, I don't know if you remember getting the handout informational flyer from the Water and Sewer Department last year?
I'm sure.
Well, we're required now to do educational on fats, oils, and greases that are coming down the sewer line. We're also on infiltration and inflow, water that actually comes into the pipes, or those kind of things. Those are things that were required as part of our new permit. So,
Thank you.
you'll continue to get an educational flyer every year.
What's that going up to? Where-
Advertising.
Yeah, what's, how
It's
much?
going from 780 now, 769 actuals to 1,500. Not a lot, but
And that also includes what we put out for RFPs and all that stuff.
Counselor Pike.
Postings.
Not a big item, but I'm just wondering, on the postage, now that you're going to monthly, have you already created an option for people to receive email billing? Have you done that or considered it?
That's something I'd have to talk with the office. I know there was some issues on how we did, there was some issues that they had to overcome on that. That would be something we'd investigate, but I still need to put this in as
Okay.
part of it.
Okay,
We'll
yeah,
look at
that'd be
that.
good to, I mean,
Yeah.
I think a lot of people are getting away from paper and postage and stuff.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Counselor Wright.
Yeah, I want to follow up on this. Can you explain to everyone the rationale behind going to the monthly? Would you like to, Steve? I know you brought up before.
Partially, one is it's easier to collect on smaller bills. While it may go out more often, you won't have as many liens and, well, shut-offs. Well, this is liens because of sewer, you can't shut off sewer. But we see people already try to pay monthly because they'd rather have a smaller payment versus the larger ones, so we hope the collections would be increased there.
It is a big increase.
Well, my point of view is, how much, what do we have outstanding? 160, 170,000?
I'd have to look.
Let's say it's that
Yeah.
general. Can we come back and
Three
look at
times
this
three
figure a
bills.
year from now?
We could.
Because it's
Yeah.
3,000 for the water, 3,000, that's 6,000 total. To me,
Yeah, we can. And the other big thing that it's going to do is it's going to cut down on the abatement request, because people are actually going to see what their water usage is a lot quicker. Because what happens now is, we bill quarterly.
Right.
So we read it, say from January to March, and then we send out the bill another month later. A lot of people look back and they go, oh, I have this problem with my water, or they can't, make adjustments to the way they use water. It's almost too late. It's like, oh, I didn't realize I had a leak. Oh, I didn't realize I watered so much. Now they're gonna have more control on how they use their water, which is good for us and good for them.
hopefully. No,
Yeah.
I would just like to see it, like, addressed a year from now, to see if it actually works out.
Sure.
We can do that. It's easy enough.
Counselor Carmichael and then Weinstein.
All right, Sean, let's see, the principal and interest on the bonds
Yes.
stayed flat.
You will see that the principal will stay flat, because we pay that amount every time. You will see the interest drop.
It hasn't dropped here in the last few years.
It's
Yeah, it actually has.
going from 40 to 36, 32.
43, okay. But when the
You're
plan.
you're actually gonna see that go up in another year or so because of the wastewater treatment
Okay,
facility.
so I was gonna, so that'd be in 17 or 18?
It goes when you reach substantial completion, so, and I'd have to look at my 5-year forecast, and I'd have to look and see exactly when that is. So if we start construction on next year, on July 1, say, and we come to substantial completion, it's not totally done, it has to be 90% done, that would be July 1 of the following year, the bill would come the following year.
2017-18,
Yeah.
you're gonna see it go from, the principal's gonna go from 102,000 to 516,000.
Yeah.
The interest is gonna go from 29,000 to 308,000.
Okay, that's what I was getting at. I mean, you're
It's a
gonna
couple,
see
it's a couple years away for
Okay,
that.
yeah, well,
That's
it's
the-
not that far away.
Yeah, it's a couple years away.
That will be the peak, yeah.
Councilor Weinstein.
When we start talking, I guess, more in depth about the non-point source nitrogen, will there be public education, like costs associated with that, or is that a whole?
Actually, in my future budget, you actually see there's $100,000, because those were the estimates for projects to do. It was like a 5-year, $100,000 each year to do projects as a part of that plan.
Okay.
Is all that paid
But when
for
would
by the
that-
ratepayers? I'm
Yes.
sorry, is it?
Yes, yes. So ideally, what's gonna happen is, once the plan's done, it'll be up to the sewer department and the council to determine what projects we do.
And when will that?
17, 18.
17, 18, yes.
So a year from now, we'll be discussing a significant increase in this budget.
Anybody else? So, and just in closing, everything here, now I want to know, everything
Everything is
here is a wash.
Yep. Everything here is ratepayers, not tax dollars.
So the only thing I would say, and it's fine, when you decide to go to 6,000 for advertising and, you make some of these changes, the ratepayers are paying for that, and we're making the decision to say, fine. In other words, you'll look confused. Am I
Yeah,
confusing you?
Yeah, well, just finish and I'll see.
Well,
I'm just
so
trying
for
to follow.
example, when you say, I want to send out monthly bills, right?
Yes,
And it goes from 2,400 to $6,000.
yes.
And, by the way, why didn't it, not that it matters, but, why didn't it go to 5,000 instead of 6?
It was a straight number. It was 2,000 accounts times the amount of,
Did postage
The
go up
rate is-
that much? I don't even.
and
Up to 48 cents. It was, I think we started at 45.
Okay.
it's around-
In any case, just, when we make that decision, we're making it for people that really aren't able, I mean, I know that we do that across the board, but in this case, where it's a revolving fund, sort of, I just wonder how most ratepayers would feel. Would they rather
What's
have
your
a,
prediction with this increase?
The rate,
For the average family.
across the board?
You've been budgeting increases.
so you want to know the rate increase, what this effect has on the rate increase?
Ballpark.
$10 on the rate generates $15,000 in revenue. So to do for an increase of $3,000, you're talking, that would be divided by 2 cents.
What's the average house use?
42,000 gallons.
Okay. Go enjoy the day.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
Back on time.
Rick, come on up.
Rick.
We've been waiting for you.
Where does Rick start, 42, or, I don't know, he's
me
got
just
so
check.
many categories here.
He starts on page.
One of these days, we're gonna alphabetize.
My page is 42.
Yeah.
Is that where we start, 42?
42.
Tabs. We just need tabs.
If we wipe out page 42, the budget's okay. Just kidding. All right. You want to give us the highlights, lowlights?
Yeah, I'll give you the highlights.
And do it by page, not overall.
Okay.
So we're right now on Public Works
Administration.
Administration. It's a 0.2% increase.
There's no major changes as far as staffing. There's no big surprises. General supplies is up a little bit, but it's just a reflection of what we actually spent.
Actually, Yeah, general supply, right, because the department had requested 8, I did it down to 6,500.
Do we ask questions, or?
Yeah,
is it
I
good? Oh, oh,
guess
oh.
that was it.
Yeah, I mean, there's not, I don't.
No, it's
just-
fine, it's fine.
The overtime, can you tell us why there was so much, the difference in the overtime?
The overtime is, the bulk of that overtime is for snow removal.
So that's 3-4 months?
Well, yeah, 4 or 5 months, depending on how early, but that's for the, anything that happens after hours, but 90% of that is snow or ice.
And last year, we did start stabilizing that by changing the schedules. Before, they would be out all night and then come back to work, and we said, no, Fridays.
Yeah.
Yeah. One problem with last year, though, was we had a bunch of smaller snow events, where the year before, we had a blizzard, which gave us about a foot. Last year, we had a bunch of small snow events that gave us like 2-3 inches a day at a time. So it was different types
What?
of.
Why is it so high for 2015, if it's from July to now?
You mean the actual expenditures
Yes.
are higher?
Yeah.
I've been asking that
Yeah,
in the last few
and that's-
council meetings.
Rick's got that.
Yeah, two things. We did more road work, and when we do that, we work with the contractors, so we work later. And we also charge for details now for the certain events downtown, and that comes out of this fund too. Even though we get the revenues back, it comes out of here,
There's an offsetting revenue for those.
which is something we haven't done in the past. This is the first year we started charging details for the different events.
In the past, I just want to explain the detail
Okay.
thing. In the past, say for the road races or events like that, we wouldn't bill the individuals for having our staff there for highway.
Okay.
We bill them now.
Okay.
And we have to have it expended from a line item. It comes from here, but there's an offsetting revenue for that.
How long have we been doing that?
This is the first year.
This is the first year.
Meaning this past road race?
Yeah.
Old Home Day,
Old Home Day,
Old
Oyster
Home Day,
Festival.
Oyster Festival.
And who pays for that?
The
I know in the race, it would be the person who puts the race on, but in the
Old
other...
Home Day would be the Old Home Day
Old Home Day
organization.
Association, or whatever they call themselves.
Okay.
So that's why it looks like it's a little higher, because before, the detail rate's a lot more,
Yeah.
but we do get that money back, it just doesn't reflect here.
So where does that money reflect, Steve?
It's
Shouldn't it
in,
reflect against his budget?
no, I can't do that.
So where does it go, in the general
Goes in
fund?
the revenue, yep. Goes back into the general fund revenue.
You know, it would be, just for future, since it hasn't happened that long, in the future, it might be nice to have an area here that says, overtime recoup, or whatever, just so we know, so if we see a big spike in overtime, we
Yep.
can at least see that it was washed.
And that's why we explain.
Well, you're
we try to
explaining
explain
it, but we don't really know what the number is.
I understand. One thing, though, it's in government budgeting, it's not, the revenues don't offset the expenditures for each department.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not expecting that. I'm just saying, if
Yeah.
this year let's just say overtime was 50, and he collected 20 back, it would be good to know.
Yeah, and we,
that. That's all I'm
don't
saying.
know that yet. This is the first year, so we'll definitely say that next year.
Right. On to page,
Just a quick question. Rick, if you don't mind me, I've asked some of the other department heads. On uniforms, can you just explain the uniform policy? Because you're requesting 14,000. That's like 3% of the total budget.
Under our uniforms, it's also their safety equipment,
Mm-hmm.
so it's the safety vests, gloves,
Mm-hmm.
hard hats, all that stuff. 1 pair of boots per year, any rain gear they may need, and so forth. And we have uniforms we provide our guys.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
And girls.
And girls, yes.
any other?
Yeah, one quick one. If they break something that their boots, they tear their boots or whatever, or lose them, do they pay out of their own pocket on something like that?
That typically doesn't happen in our uniforms that we provide them, like the shirts and pants.
Yeah.
We have the protection plan, so they don't bill us. They just swap them out. But what you will see is if they're working with the chainsaws and their chaps get struck or something happens, you can't, you have to, or their rain gear, sometimes it, the nature of the beast, you could put a branch up through it or something like that, but it's usually minimal, that we're not replacing like stuff all the time.
Or something saying lost.
They'll
or whatever,
get
yeah.
a couple years out of a set of
Yeah,
rain
okay.
gear. The safety vests get dirty, and once they get to a certain point, you kind of got to throw them out and use a new one if it's not real reflective anymore. But with what type of work we do, it's the nature of the beast, so.
And you have under salaried people, you have one administrative assistant, or what do you?
Yes,
What do you call the person? Administrative assistant, or
administrative assistant.
just one?
One.
Nothing part-time?
That's the one that's shared with
Sean.
Sean.
Sean, 20%, and you 80%.
She works with Sean. And
Okay.
Next page.
Roadways.
The department had requested a 73% increase. The town administrator gave a 0.65% increase.
Briefly, so what I do.
We're going to do a Formula One track.
I'm under philosophy that we've had, the last couple of winters, we've had bad winters, but I feel we should budget for having a snowy winter every year. So you'll see my increase is like salt, and then the big one was paving. We've been not really funding our paving, so I put in what we should be doing every year. And
Was what you put in what we should be doing every year, or a
yeah,
catch-up number?
that's what we should be putting in every year.
Yeah.
And we could maybe start to catch up after 5 or 6 years, per se.
He's right. I mean,
345,000 is just,
but that's,
it's too.
it is too much. It is too much. I mean, it is, we can't afford it right now because that's not what we're used to. However, that is, for a community our size, about average. About $500,000 a year.
Just to put it into perspective, because I know this for a fact, Stratham has 44 miles of road. They spend $700,000 a year paving. Every year.
And our road mileage.
Is 55.
What was the difference again?
They have 45 miles.
And we have
And
55.
they're spending, I think this past summer they did 700, he told me.
And I'm sure there's a lot that goes into that number, but when you look at Stratham, you also have all the traffic that goes 101. I'm not saying we don't have traffic here, but there's a lot
That's
more than goes into it
state,
than
but
Those are
just.
state.
We don't maintain those.
That's state highway.
That's
They're just
state.
doing town roads like
The side roads.
secondary.
Only side,
Yeah.
having nothing to
Secondaries.
do with like Stratham
No.
Circle area or
108,
anything.
33,
Ours is the same
even
situation.
Winnicott Road and stuff like that, state.
108 for us, as well as 152.
I
We
think
don't-
Durham does 800. And they're
Durham is
closer.
bonding their
They're
paving,
They do. But I'm just,
giving a perspective.
my number is not unrealistic per se. I know we're trying to do what we can afford, but we're hurting ourselves down the road by not funding the roads. We're putting more money, it costs twice as much to rehabilitate one than just shimming one or overlaying it in the long run, but it is what it is, I guess.
So basically, we're reclaiming the roads.
Versus just doing a three-quarter shim.
Yeah, there's,
Well,
I'm not-
find
I'm just-
200,000 somewhere in the budget.
I know,
That's how
but
I
I'm just
look at it.
saying, is there, I hate to bring, you can go, you can get us, can you get us the information on, there's certain graphs out there where you can see if you put so much money into a road, like per square foot, you do the maintenance, it's $1 a square foot. If you wait 15 years, it's $10 a square foot, and they have a curve in there,
Didn't we have that done by UNH?
Our SMS study.
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, you kind of, if you remember that,
The gra-
Dan,
yeah.
how it kind of went up, and then after, I think, 4 years, it started,
Yeah.
the budget was kind of holding and dropping a little.
With all due respect, the UNH thing was about 500-600 grand for a year. But anyway, Counselor Pike's been patiently waiting, so.
Yeah, I personally, I don't think we can, I wouldn't say that we, the financial crisis hit in 2008, so I don't think I think at some point we have to come up with a plan and a policy that says this is what we plan to do on the roads, and it should reflect, what the most efficient and reasonable level of maintenance on the roads. And if we're still below that number, I think, as we're looking now at surpluses and fund balances and paying for it, all the things we do with funds, I don't think we necessarily are in a position where we want to dramatically underfund what it takes to maintain the roads.
If I may.
Please.
This is a perfect example of a place that where we have excess fund balance we would use, because it's a one-time maintenance item for a lot of this. Say if we had some road reconstructions that we had to do to get us up to the level that we only need to start shimming, this is where you would use that fund balance, because you don't have to rely on it annually. Once it's done, then we just start shimming the roads after that.
Yeah, but I just to follow up on that, though, if what I'm hearing is we're getting ourselves on, well, maybe what you're telling me then is the roads, I'll use the one that several of us drive on, because out on Smith Garrison, that's coming apart, and I remember when I first moved here back in '99, it was like, I always remember it because my brother had just bought a new Corvette and came to stay with us, and they tore up the road just when he got it in there, so we had to drive over the stuff. But I mean, I was thinking at that time, man, the road didn't look that bad, and the road was rebuilt at that time, and since then it's like, nothing has really gotten touched out there. So,
but that was rebuilt, just to give you an idea. That was completely redone, as memory serves me. Right?
Yep.
Right.
Reclamation.
Right, but now where are we on that? Because I assume that it wouldn't be shimming anymore on Smith Garrison. It would be.
There's a few areas you could probably get away with it, but the bulk of it would have to be reclaimed.
Right. So we've got places now. I mean, some roads we've just done. Are there many roads that could be shimmed without reclamation, or is most of the roadways in the town reclamation, really?
We're kind of headed that direction because we've not been funding this for several years now. We were doing over $350,000 a year back 10 years ago, and we were doing that, and that's when the prices were a lot less. And the prices kind of finally leveled off on asphalt, liquid asphalt. The last couple of years, it hasn't been a huge increase like there was, but in 2000, we were paying $23 a ton, and now we're paying $71.
That's because oil went crazy, but oil is, if it does come down, maybe if you see, a big shift in the cost of pavement, maybe that would be the time to consider. I don't know if it's going to come down based on oil. Petroleum-based, a lot of it.
Yeah, I don't know where, to Steve's point, I don't know, we've had pretty good fund balances, and we appreciate that, and that's the objective is, but we're still notably deficient. So what would trigger a surge in paving next year, for example? How is this? I don't quite get.
Well, one idea I was thinking. I'm looking at the fund balance number. Our policy is we should retain between 5 and 10%. We try to retain 8, and if we were to do 8, we would be a little bit. Would be a little bit below where we need to be. We couldn't fund 8. If we did between 8. If we did 5, we'd have 714,000 remaining available, which 5% is still good for fund balance. If we didn't use all of that, and say we took a 200 of that and put it into a capital reserve fund, create a capital reserve fund for paving, and then started funding that over time, we could start that, and then, as Councilor Levy said, say if oil prices dropped, and we had, asphalt was a lot cheaper, we could withdraw some there and do some projects at that time, and say if it was higher one year, we just don't have to fund the contribution to the capital reserve fund. So we'll have basically a savings account for paving.
I guess, could I follow up?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because on that then, can you, in the situation where you say, okay, the price of oil drops, and you say, well, let's do 3 times as much paving as we'd done last year. That doesn't, you don't have to use your people, because do you need more people to be able to do that? Or can you withstand that much variation in how much work you're doing on those projects?
It's
You
when
don't
we,
build a roll. I mean, he hires a
Contract.
company. He doesn't.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's what I was
the
asking.
paving is done by the contractor. It's when we do the full reclamation. That's when we go in and replace culverts that are failing and
Okay.
try to add fabric and gravel where we can. And we have to do that part of it.
Right, so there would be a need, I mean, it's a little bit tough, could be a little bit tough for DPW. If your plan is price of oil drops, we do 3 times as much, and almost everything we're doing now is reclamation. That could be a little bit hard to manage that out of the, without some more steadiness to what the paving work that we're gonna do. That's what it seems like to me.
Just going to remind you, we're close to $26 a thousand, but I digress. Councilor Weinstein.
But the longer that we wait, the more it's gonna cost us in the end, because the more reclamation we have to do, and the more roads deteriorate.
That's why you're all beat to
And then
hell.
everything, I mean, and so then the cost, not just the cost to do the road, but then your costs and the cost of the personnel that it takes.
It used to be 65%. It's 65% more expensive when you have to do the full reclamation versus an overlay. And I'm sure it's creeped up. I know it didn't go down, but that's what it was a couple of years ago. But you got, in our, we have been taking some money from the transportation fund too, so you have been giving me additional dollars, but I know we've been tapping that quite a bit. I don't know how much longer we could do that and sustain it. And there's some other projects coming up that they may want to use some of those funds possibly, potentially too, so.
And this past year, I mean, we did 1 mile, right?
That's correct. 1 mile of full reclamation.
Right.
With just the binder, and then we overlaid 1.5
Okay.
miles.
Yep.
So we did an additional 1 mile of new work, because we had to put the overlay on something that was done. We let it sit a year, go through a freeze thaw.
Councilor Nazaro.
So didn't we used to have a CIP for this?
We did.
And why did we stop that?
Because we were expending it every year, they said you can't do that.
We sort of turned
Meaning
it
the
into an
auditors
operating
said
fund.
that was a problem, put it in the operating budget.
So before we probably want to look into why we stopped
Just
doing
not
it.
emptied it, instead of getting rid of it.
Well,
We
the
sent-
auditors said we had to get rid of it, right?
Well, no, because we were emptying it.
We were using it every year.
What he said.
It wasn't
As
for
like
a
it was an
special
operating
project.
fund.
So if he
I
didn't
guess.
deplete the whole darn thing, they could have probably kept it rolling, and then we could have picked our moments.
And the problem is, and again, this is what the thing I've been harping on since I've been here about the term capital improvement fund versus capital reserve fund. The capital improvement plan is the plan. That's what the committee you're on. The capital reserve funds are the savings accounts, or the accounts that you put the money in. The reason why they took it out of the contribution to the capital reserve fund is because the capital improvement committee said it's an operating expense. It doesn't mean you can't have a capital reserve fund for it. It just means that they don't want it in the CIP plan because it's an operating expense. We've always been saying that the CIP plan is, the CIPs and the capital reserve funds are one and the same, and they don't have to be.
So I don't care if we call it a capital improvement plan or a strategic plan or whatever, but we
Fix the
need to
roads
take
plan.
the UNH plan and turn it into something feasible.
And here's an idea that, looking at our fund balance, and we're safe. I mean, we're $714,000 over 5% if we use, and this is if we use the 450 that we've already budgeted. If we took 200,000 of that and put it in a capital reserve fund, and he doesn't use it all, it stays in the capital reserve fund. Say if he did $100,000 worth of shimming this year, or overlay, he still has $100,000 left there, and then you can just start slowly funding it annually by contributions to that fund.
But it sounds like right now we're in a place where we need to use it every
Yeah.
year because our roads are falling. I mean,
And we are.
So I don't see why do the extra step of starting a capital reserve fund.
We could just increase the budget and then increase the revenue. But the problem there is if he doesn't, it doesn't stay there. If he doesn't use it all, then it goes back into fund
You're
balance.
saying to take it out of fund balance, we need to create a capital reserve fund.
It's
The machinations.
It's
It would
the,
probably make more sense to do that.
right,
I
it's
think
to earmark it, and any leftover stays in there.
Okay. Rick, how many miles do we need to reclaim? You probably don't know off the top of your head, versus just shim and.
I was going to suggest he should give us a list of the roads, of exactly what you're asking, and then, maybe the counselors could, upon themselves, take the time to go and visit some of these roads and see what he would reclaim versus, so we know what the heck we're talking about, because I don't know all the roads that, from a prioritization standpoint, maybe you could provide us that. I mean, the UNH study came in, they gave us this, with all due respect, pie in the sky, like, perfect, what you would do if there was no budget. And then we all our jaws all dropped, because it was 500,000 to 700, 600, whatever it was, we didn't have the money. So, and I think that was after we had the huge tax increase, when we went up to $25 or whatever it was, $3, remember the $3 increase when we got on the council? So, it was right after that, within a year or so, they came in,
I
so.
would say that we need a strategic plan about our roads that really shows where, because honestly, right now, I would probably, this is a larger conversation, prioritize the shimming to fix those roads before, the reclamation, we're gonna have to do at any point. Let's fix the ones that are gonna be cheap, so we don't dig a deeper hole later.
I mean, he could provide us that if you wanted to.
That plan we were provided, though, was a pretty good plan.
Yeah, maybe you could give us a one sheet and just list the roads, and, we could take it upon ourselves to just travel them a little bit and take a look at how bad they are. Because I don't know that we all travel every road in the town that Rick knows is, needing, or is being depleted. Anyway.
So that's kind of where we are with that, I guess.
I mean, just remember, and I'm going to say it, we're close to $26 a thousand. We've had revenues coming in fairly significantly higher than we had thought they would be the last 2 or 3 years. Steve's using roughly $450,000, $60,000 of fund balance in the budget. We have a couple of years where the revenues don't come in where we think they are, and we start throwing a couple of $300,000 more toward roads, and we could be, and then we got the school to deal with and other things. We're going to be $30 or north, and that's what.
I get it, I'm just
I'm
saying
just
that.
bringing it up because
At some point, we gotta prioritize the roads,
I
even
don't-
even if it's piece by piece.
Well,
small by
and I'm
small.
fine with that. I just think it's not something we just.
Right, but that's why I would suggest, this is a year I could suggest, yes, we have that extra in the fund balance that we could put in a capital reserve fund. We have that this year. If it went to a year that, you're right, we dropped revenue when I had to offset it
You
with
might be
that.
wishing you had that money back.
It's just, the UNH plan
But
was
we're
go
safe
whole-
right now, that's the thing. We're over that.
The UNH plan was go whole hog. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, let's find some decent middle ground where we can say, okay, we can afford this much right now, let's do it, as opposed to saying, here, which is, I remember when we did this, because Chair and I were on the council at the time, we just said, we just hacked this, because we needed to get the tax rate down
I
from,
mean, we were freaking out.
right.
Well, we can't stay there forever.
No, and if I remember right, sorry, my light's been on, but if I remember right, at the time, they said that they could have readjusted the plan based on our budgetary restrictions. Like, if we said, oh, we only want to spend this much a year, they said that they would have readjusted the plan based on that.
Well, they basically
So it
said
was-
spend less. That's what they.
Well,
You
they
bump it
said
up.
that you have options, and so this is pie in the sky. I think that they were pretty clear about that at the time, but that they could, alter it based on the town's needs and wants. So I think that that's important to know. And I also, as much as I would love to drive around every road in Newmarket and assess the roads, I can't imagine that their prioritization, being engineers, I'm not, has changed that much. The roads, we haven't done any work since then, so I would think that the condition of the roads that they assessed is probably more relevant than my driving around Newmarket.
They did do that, and they tried to build it with a budget I know it was high, but they did try to, if a road's, new road's almost 3 miles from one end to the other.
Right. Right.
That's gonna be.
And they did, like, they
real-
mixed in
They,
some.
put some shorter roads with a big
Yep.
road, or half of a big road and another half, they phased it, like we've been doing. They had Ash Swamp Road taken 2 years, I think, to do, and we're gonna take 4, but, we'll get there, type of thing.
Counselor Wright?
No, it was a redundant question.
I'm not suggesting we all get out in our vehicles and drive around. I was going to say maybe Rick could, or Steve could provide us a one-page, just a quick list of the roads that were most, needy. And I'm not a road scholar, but what I would say is, New Road, for example, since it was brought up. People have told me that New Road is basically an old country road that has very bad underlay. So, and I don't know this for a fact, I'm assuming that every road is not equal. So some roads would require more crushed stone and base and all these other things, where some roads were never really meant for certain amounts of traffic and whatnot. So I don't know that it's just a one-size-fits-all for roads. You could redo New Road tomorrow, and it could be falling apart in 2 years if the proper underlay wasn't put in. You know what I'm correct?
We definitely will never afford doing a full box, what we call boxing the road, and replacing,
You couldn't.
we just can't
It'd be a
afford to do
fortune.
that.
It would be like a
They're gonna do
highway.
that to the Durham, to that, the 108 to Durham, that's a $4.5 million project. They're boxing that road from one end to the other.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of these roads that we can make look, with all due respect, pretty, and, Dale brought up Smith Garrison or whatever, that road, at least up to last year, wasn't terrible. Now, I haven't been over there since I moved, but it wasn't horrible. But that road, I'm assuming, if it gets enough heavy truck traffic or different kinds of traffic, it would take a beating. It does not have, it was never meant to have a certain amount of traffic. So, I mean, it's not, I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. But if you wanted to prioritize with Steve, what you think the way to go about it, just throw a number as to what the reclaim would cost versus what, whatever the different options are. It might be nice for us to just review.
Yeah.
Maybe we can have it on an agenda so we can at least discuss it intelligently.
To go along with that, budgetary now, I just want to throw out this idea, and this goes back to the fund balance discussion. If we were to use $200,000 of fund balance, and if I was to use an additional $100,000 of where we are now to offset the increase on the tax rate for this proposed budget, would still be at 7% where we should be. We're in the right range. So we have enough money for a one-time situation, give back an additional $100,000 to the taxpayers, plus save some money for roads. We would have no increase in the budget, in the tax rate for this proposed budget, plus we'd be putting $200,000 away for roads.
What does $100,000 equate to in reducing the tax rate?
It would be 3 cents. It would go from the 630 to 627.
Let's have, I would propose we have that discussion when we get to the end of,
Yep.
Wednesday night. Let's talk about, we know this is a deficient area in terms of the budget.
Did you say 627?
Yep.
$6.27?
Cents per thousand on our budget. Right now, our rate is $6.30 per thousand, what we're estimating we're setting in a week or two.
And your estimate for the town tax rate is what? 590, what?
No, that's what I said, $6.30 per thousand.
It's because the revaluation, right?
Right, it would have been $6.02 per thousand.
Before the revaluation.
Right. But what would actually be is at $6.27, if this proposed budget, the one that in fiscal year 16, setting the rate, if I used $100,000 additional on that 450, it would be $6.27 per thousand.
And what are you anticipating, I'm sorry, the town's total tax bill this year is what?
$25.98. And the school went up about $1.10.
I mean, I remember when the pitchforks were out, when we went to 2530, Phil. and I'm frightened of hitting a $26 tax rate. I am really concerned about it, particularly if revenues don't. But that's the discussion for Wednesday.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that what Dan was getting at, which I agree with, is that what really matters is what number's on the bill, how much
Right.
they're spending.
And that's why I showed that one, that a lot of the bills are actually being reduced.
You know, if you can go back for 10 years,
Yep.
and I use some of the numbers up there, but if you could maybe break it down, what do we use, a $240,000 home?
250 is average.
250, find the average, maybe use one of those examples and go back, because you can talk about valuation,
Yep.
you can talk about the tax rate, I know it's all important, but what you're actually spending
Is the
to pay
bill.
for it is the key question. Rick, you mind if I I don't want to beat this to death, but I hear hot top, I hear ching, ching, ching. And I guess, are you, or have you been able to implement any cost savings at all in this department, the roadways, the sidewalks?
Not at this point.
Not at this point.
I think is the bigger question at DPW in general of their.
I guess the whole DPW, this whole, while you're sitting here, is there, I could ask it at any point, but have you been able to come up with any, I mean, because like Gary said, at some point, it's going to be, I mean,
Some
you know,
point, the
I'm just
cost
going to, I mean, this was done a long time. It's the forecast of Newmarket and total cost. If you look at this, it's frightening. And it gets to a point where, I mean, we can buy down the budget, we can buy down the debt and stuff like that. At some point, it's going to become so expensive that we're not going to live in this town. And I know, we have cost of living and things, some things you can't control, but at any point, have you been able to, sit down and say, okay, I can implement this, and I can say I can save so much in this department? Just for instance, the chief mentioned that at night he has one car riding with two officers in it. And, I mean, is there anything at all, I don't care if it's the fire department or the DPW, is there any implementation you'll be able to do or you plan to do that we can try to save some money? And, I don't want to put you on the spot, but, I would, any amount, if you could show us. I mean, maybe maybe you've already done it, and you just haven't brought it up. It's a nature of business, but it'd be great for the town council, and the townspeople say, this is what we've done, and this is how much money we've saved.
We send guys home now as much as possible.
Yeah.
When you have the hard winters, it's,
All right, that's
You know what I'm
great.
saying?
No, but have you been able to document that?
yeah.
And then all of a sudden come to us and show us, look this is what we've saved. Hard facts. I don't know if you have it, but I'm saying that would be great, because we keep talking about it, we keep harping about it, because, we're gonna look at this overtime budget for the snow removal, and we're all gonna cringe. And we're gonna say, okay, Rick's out there, we know $50,000, I'm being facetious, throwing it around. But if you had the data, empirical data shows, you know what? $50,000 was spent, but we saved $10,000 by doing this.
I don't have it documented in that fashion.
But I'm just saying, if every department could document it in that fashion, I think it'd be extremely helpful.
Counselor Pike.
Yeah, I think along the lines of what you're asking about, Dan, I think the question I wondered about when we talked about the latest, the latest plow truck or something like that, is, on some of these areas, if, in that case, what made me wonder about that was that if we had mileage that was pretty low, but the trucks were only going to last so long, have you started to look at an analysis of the fleet? Like, what would it impact us if we had one fewer truck in terms of what the cycle time might be to get around, and how frequently we plow the roads and stuff like that? That would, if we're only going to get 14 years out of a truck and it's only going to have 45,000 miles on it, could we have one fewer truck and have a little bit less cycle time? That may be something that's a better place to compromise than paving, for example. And I wondered if you looked at
What I am working on is, you guys, when we talked about the truck, I'm trying to get it done, but the other communities, and I've been amazed at some of the data I've been getting, not that I have it for you yet, but they have less miles of road. They keep the truck, in some cases, a couple years longer, but the mileage on them, some of them, they're getting rid of them with 30,000 miles on them.
Wow.
So, I'm working on getting you that information that you asked for.
Yeah. Well, and it's not just getting the information to us, but if it triggers any thinking in your part. I mean, if we're perfect where we are, we're
Yeah.
perfect, but I think that was the kind of question.
The tough thing for me, like with Dan's question, we're out there taking care of everything.
I know that,
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And there's
I'm not
something,
saying, directly, it should be directly at all department heads, but I'm just saying, it's tough to it's tough for you to come up with the information. Maybe you don't have the tools, and maybe that's our fault, but I'm thinking as a town as a whole, we have to come up with a game plan. And you know what, we talk about it now, and you're probably gonna walk away here, and some of the department heads, they're gonna walk out of that room, they said, those son of a, but and then we
Never.
tend to put
Well, now that I'm not saying so much, it's better.
But I'm
Spread
just,
it around a
no,
little.
but I'm just saying, and then we forget about it, and another year goes by. But if we can have quantitative, you don't have the tools. If you don't have the tools, how can we get you the tools? I was reading one department, I forget what town in Massachusetts, they did a feasibility study, they paid for it, but they looked at, they had kept all their trucks and all the equipment outside. And they had a feasibility study, said, you know what, if we kept the trucks inside, we can keep them so much longer and save so much money. They had quantitative data. Now, coming down to trucks again, it would be nice, I don't know if you have the tools, and maybe you don't, but if we had, let's say, we have a truck that has to be, we're gonna get rid of because it's deemed not worthy anymore. If we had data to say, you know what, if we put $5,000 more into that truck every year, how much more could we get out of that truck? Could we bring a $10-year-old truck, or any type of piece of equipment, maybe to 12? And that is, I think, we keep sort of asking for it, but I don't think, I think we need it at this point. And if at some point, if we don't get this information, or at least have a format, a computer program, something that's easy for everyone to use, and I'm sure they're out there, I think it's to make everyone's life so much easier. And we wouldn't spend 30 minutes talking about this or whatever when you come for a truck, because you'd have this information, you'd have all the detailed data, you would give it to Steve, Steve would approve it. You'd walk in here, give it to us, you can't argue with it. And then you go out smiling. But I'm just saying.
Well, he comes in, we give it to him anyway, so what's the difference?
But I'm just saying, at some point, it has to stop.
not always, Gary. It's not true.
Most of the time.
They only gave me one. I asked for two. They only gave me one.
Yeah, I would have given you the 30 and kept the 170.
But I'm just saying, I think at some point, as a community, we really have to sit down and seriously talk about it. And we talk about it, but we don't go any further. That's all I'm going to say. I'm pitching.
Councilor Weinstein.
I have a couple questions. They're different items.
Go for it.
Okay. So one is the tree service,
Yes.
and so it's been budgeted, what was 1,500? It was 3,000, but spent 1,300. And again, it's 3,000. So I was just wondering, I guess, what that is exactly and why if we spent.
That's tree work that we wouldn't be able to do ourselves, whether it's too close to a structure or power lines, and we have to hire an outside tree company to come in with a bigger bucket truck than ours and to take those down. Typically, we do spend that line item. I know it's not reflected here, but typically we do. And we have a bunch of tree work lined up for this fall of unsafe trees that may be near the road. There's a couple on Grant Road and so forth. A typical average, say if the tree's this big, that's like $1,000 tree typically if we have to have them take it down. So you're not talking a lot of trees if you have to have an outside agency come help you.
So in 2014, it was $1,300 expended. Do you know, I know that we don't have that information, but in the last couple of years, is that the typical, do we typically spend
2012
50, or
is,
do we typically
2012 is 5,700.
Oh.
Yeah.
I did
All right.
increase this, I had increased this a couple of years back, and I think it was 2012 was the first year. We used to only have like 1,200, I believe, if I recall, my memory serves me right. It was around just a little over $1,000 for tree work. But,
In 2013, it was just $2,000.
Thank you. And then my other question was engineering and what that's a big increase.
that is the new MS4 that we're working with. We funded that last year. You can see we did the 30,000, and we're just continuing to move forward with that. It's
Okay.
anticipated.
For the public, what the MS4 is the storm water runoff. That's different than the non-point source that Sean has. They connect, we try to combine those two things as much as we can, but that's the cost on his side for the storm drains.
It's been recommended to us to plan on 30 to 25,000 a year for that, to keep on track, so.
Just one quick question, Rick. I asked Steve the other day, because I saw a couple of the trucks going by, and he said they were cutting the grass on the Wilson property. Just as a question, is it necessary to cut that grass? And the reason I'm asking is I'm just wondering, with, we don't know what we're doing with it yet. We're looking into different options for that property, potentially with elderly housing or zoning or whatever. Does it really, I guess my question is, would we save any, is there any benefit to not doing some of that type of stuff if it takes a few days to do it? And what's the benefit the town gets out of it?
Well, the property, in my opinion, with the nice field, maintained field, is worth more money if you were to sell it, unless you let it start growing up. And, after a couple of years of not mowing, they start to get little small trees and so forth. That would be the benefit, doing it, keeping it mowed. It may increase the value to someone looking to purchase it. I know you're talking about selling it potentially.
Well, that, and
But, no, if you let it go, it's gonna look like, Wigan would be a good example, the Wigan Farm off of Grant Road. There's areas out there they don't let us mow for the wildlife. And you can see now it's almost not field anymore. It's altars and scruffy brush and so forth. That's what's gonna happen.
Well, I can appreciate that. If somebody comes, and I'll leave it at that, because it's maybe not a lot, I'm just asking to ask, because, if someone comes in and they want to put in a building or a project or something, they're gonna, do all sorts of excavation anyway. So I was just asking the question to ask it, to see if there was other things that would be done, or not necessary to have people, do that. I'm just asking to.
Yeah,
how you prioritize your work.
There's always stuff for those guys to do. If they're not doing that, they'll be off doing something else. Takes them a couple days to mow that field, because it's a rough field. That field, typically, if a field's in better shape, you can buzz right along, but that field's really rough.
I'm not criticizing, I'm just
So,
asking.
no, but the main reason is just to keep it maintained as a field. It's always been a field, and
Once a year you do that?
once a year,
Yeah, takes a couple of 3 days.
couple days, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He gets pulled off too, so there's interruptions. He might be up there and there could be a crisis here or another building, and John has to drop what he's doing and go take care of that, but if you looked at the hour meter, it's probably a 12-hour day to mow the whole field of that field. But
What I was really, all I was getting at is, is that a priority, and if there are other things that could be done? And I'm just bringing it up to
Yeah.
ask.
It's not necessarily a priority, but it's something I feel it's appropriate that we take care of it and maintain it right now, but we don't have to.
Okay, no, and I'm just asking to understand it. Okay, moving on to 47, are we on? Oh, wait a minute, is that?
We were on 43.
Hold on a minute, I was already on buildings and grounds, I'm sorry.
Moving right along.
Street lighting, well, these are short, you got the street lighting.
The street lighting, it's every street light that you see throughout the entire town, plus all the site lighting for everything in the downtown area, Elm Street, Nichols Ave, Exeter Road,
Phil?
the ornamental stuff.
Maybe Matt can answer this because Steve's not here. Are we predicting that our electric rates are going to go up? Because it looks like we're assuming they're consistent.
We're in a contract right now for electric rates, which is gonna end in December. I actually do have a number for the next rate, but I gotta speak to Steve about that, because I only got it yesterday.
So it's not in the budget,
Um,
obviously.
I don't think that the increase is gonna, it will probably max out the budget. Okay? I think
Max out the budget for this line or every electric line here?
pretty much every electric line.
But it's not going to break it.
It's not sure yet. I don't think you know the number
I'm
yet.
not sure yet.
Okay.
I just literally got it yesterday afternoon.
Now, while you're there, do you have to let the electric rate go back to another, like PSNH, and then re-up in order to keep the rate? Is that the deal?
Yeah, right now, we're trying to be in a buying group with other seacoast municipalities. So, and that's what I went to you guys before, I think about this time last year.
Is that the general rule with electric, that you have to sort of re-up with a company after letting it?
Yes, and
Okay.
either that.
'Cause I just
or-
went through that, and I was wondering if it's the
Or
same.
you're gonna have
thing.
to, I guess what they call it is default, where you're gonna say, we're gonna go back to the default rate, which is PSNH, and you have to let that company
For like
know.
60 or 90 days, and then you re-up as a new customer in quotations.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. So we might get whacked for 3 months or so, and then you're gonna, or if you get in this municipality, you won't have that.
We're already looking at going to the next contract.
Okay. Different provider?
I think it's gonna be the same provider. I just quickly looked at my email. I have not spoken to Steve about it. It came yesterday.
How did they get around keeping it going, the contract, without having that interruption? I'm just,
Well, what it is in the contract, we have to tell the electric provider, and I believe it's 60 days before the end of the contract, what we're going to do, okay? And the service company that we've hired to do this will do that notification for us. So it's like, basically, we're automatically telling them, we're gonna end that contract with you, whether we're not gonna do it or, whether we're gonna do it or not, okay? And so that gives us the ability to either go back to the default rate, which is PSNH, or go out and get another.
and are you gonna go get a different contract, or are you gonna go with the same company?
Well, it would be, I believe it's with the same company, but I haven't,
So if you stay with the same company, do you have to go to PSNH for a short period of time, and then?
no, we're not gonna go to PSNH.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how you're getting around that, that's all I'm asking.
Okay. I can get more of the specifics
Okay,
when.
it's fine. No, you have to do it now. It's fine. Suffice to say, I think the answer to your question was it's built in.
Yeah.
I hope. That's why I was asking. Bridges, signs, turtle crossings, anything?
We can't get a meeting without talking about the turtles.
But they're down.
It's good to see zero.
They're in storage. They're hybrid.
They are down. I saw a few flat, no. Oh, give me
Turtles
a,
and bacon.
give me a break. Geez, I see more squirrels getting run over lately than anything. Anyway,
We'll put squirrel.
are we on buildings and grounds now? Because that's a fairly,
Yeah.
is that, okay, page 46? I'll give it back to you now, Steve. Buildings and grounds, you want to do the,
Actually, that is Rick.
go for it, Rick.
Building and grounds. There's some increases here from the previous year. Most of them either electricity, it's either heat, building maintenance,
How come
There's-
your part-time salaries are up so much
part-time salaries.
from actuals?
If you look at the full-time salaries in the year past, for some reason, we had the full-time, and correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, we had the full-time, it wasn't categorized correctly.
Well, wait a minute, his full-time salaries, just, Steve, if you look,
Yep,
actual for 14 was 61.
yep.
So he's staying at 61, for sake of argument, roughly. If you look at part-time salaries for 14, it's 76,775. It's going up to 88.
Okay,
That's all I'm
okay, that's
asking.
what you're asking. I thought you were asking, because if you look at the original budget for 15,
No, I'm only looking at actuals versus what's being proposed, and I'm just wondering
There's
why
no
it's...
change in the staffing.
So why is it,
Same-
why do you think it's
Same
12?
staffing.
So can you make that, can you make that 8876? That would be a major victory at the table.
Can I quickly jump in for fiscal year 2015?
Not if you're going to contradict that.
It's not saving money.
Sure.
Last year, we tried to budget for a full-time position for buildings and grounds. We didn't get the full-time position, however, we still have to hire this two people. We were gonna replace two people with one person, okay? So that's why full-time salaries is a little bit higher, where part-time salary is a little bit lower, thus.
Wait a minute, I must be missing something.
He's asking,
For 15, someone made the suggestion that 16 and 15 aren't comparable. Why'd you jump from 60,000 to 89?
I've said that one. What he's asking is for in fiscal year 14 that just ended, we expended only $76,000 in part-time salaries. We're budgeting 88,000.
And
Can
if you,
that be reduced down to
Yeah.
76?
or close to it. And I'm looking at the actuals for full-time, Matt,
Mhm.
and there was 61, and they're basically staying commensurate to that. So all I'm asking is, could the 76 from 88 be, I don't know, 85? Could we save something? It's a big, it's a 50, it's got to be about a 15 to 17% jump.
Reduce it to 80.
I'd be thrilled. I would absolutely be
Let's look at
thrilled.
this
I'll leave you all. You can
actually.
jack the budget as much as you
He's-
want. I'll get out of
he's saying
here.
here we're gonna spend-
It's the only time I ever got a
And
victory.
then take that 88.
I'm,
There's a minus 9K right there. Okay.
So is that 80?
I would, if,
Just say yes.
yes, I'll give you, I was gonna go further, but we'll give you.
Well, where do you want to go?
I was gonna, 78.
75.
Oh, all of a sudden, now Gary wants to talk more.
If I would've said 81, you would've said, nah, now let's talk.
No, I mean, what's the right number? I mean, is 80 fair?
That's, wasn't that 6,500?
Hey, go 78.
Was he always in there?
We'll find you the money, Rick.
Steve, can I ask you a question? On last year, you actually broke down the employers, their wages individually. Is there any reason you didn't do it this year? I think,
Just as, we were trying to save space on the printing and the size, I was trying to, we can get you that really easily.
no, it's
Yeah.
just,
Actually, I do have that.
Do you
There
have
was,
any
there was
left?
only one other area, Rick, while you're doing that.
Yep.
If you look at the community center, it was 3204.
Which part of community center? Maintenance?
I'm sorry. Yeah, community I guess MA is for no, below maintenance. It's very hard to line this up. Hold on a minute. The one that says 3204.
Are you?
I'm
doing
looking at the actual for 14, 3204.
the dollar amount? when
Yes.
You say 32.
And you're asking for 10. So if you want to make that 4, I'd be okay with that.
Right in the middle. Community center.
You see where I am?
No, I don't see it. Community center.
Community center.
Right under parks maintenance, elevator maintenance,
What
parks
about-
maintenance,
Yeah.
community center maintenance.
The last 4 digits are 0150, Rick.
Yeah.
3204 was your actual. You budgeted 10. You're asking for 10 again. We only spent 3204.
Look what we spent this year, though, already.
Already.
65.
Why?
So what's going on?
That's the door replacement, isn't it?
That.
Guys,
Well, that's an
like a-
well, then
Right.
that's an aberration.
community center the year before was 8, actual expenditures was 5, 10, then it went down to 3, it's 10 this
No,
year,
just-
65. No, I'm
You're agreeing.
disagreeing.
So what do you want to make it? Can we make it 5? And just see what, see what
Yeah.
happens?
7?
6?
well, let me just,
This is what you have to do to get anywhere.
no, just let me rough some numbers.
Hut,
In
hut.
2010, it was 11,000. In 11, it was 17,000. In 12, it was 12,000 expenditures.
How come they dropped so? So what was all this work that was done then? Has most of the work been done? Is that why we had major,
We painted it.
We,
It needs
we
mold.
we had some issues upstairs with the,
So I mean, have the most of those been quasi-ameliorated? I mean, are we,
well, potentially, we've got some gutter work to do down there, and we also have some, the face of that building, the wall comes down and then it angles out. It's decorative, and there's some rot down there.
well, you
So-
got a little bit of time this year. Go do all that work this year and cut the budget a little bit. I'll leave it to you. I'm just looking at a few areas. Something tells me you'll find the
While
money
he's
in there.
looking at stuff, I want to steer back to the salaries for a minute.
Yeah.
The number that makes up the salaries is the part-time salaries. 2 part-time general laborers, a clock winder stipend, 3 seasonal laborers, and then on-call. So if you cut it down to the
60.
actual amount before, he's going to have to reallocate some of his staffing time.
I'm okay with that. Somebody whine and watch?
I mean, the area would probably be the seasonal buildings and grounds. You wouldn't have as many hours for them.
Right.
They work from the second week in April to typically around Thanksgiving.
It's up to you.
No, if we brought that down to 80, I think we could live with that. And we reduce that line item by 8,000. I mean, if it goes over, we'll have to we'll find it, but.
So you're not talking about
That's
a
what you
reduction in
just-
service there, or are we talking about?
I think we'd have a slight reduction in
Yeah,
service.
but he's got
So basically
staff that
you'd
can
do-
probably do some of that stuff. Maybe, I don't know. You know better than me,
Yeah.
Steve. You get that.
Seasonal laborers, you'd have to.
They can start a month later.
So,
Yeah.
The only concern I have with that is the
Gary.
baseball starts in April. I'll have 1.5 persons to take care of all the ball fields for a month versus 4 additional people. I get 4 seasonals in April. I'd have to kick them back a month, or trim them back somewhere, whether it's spring or fall, I mean.
Could you bring them on earlier,
I'm sorry?
the part-time?
I could, I just, on the other end, you know what I mean? We got they do a lot, really.
Yeah.
They really do, and now they can only work 30 hours a week.
Well, if they only can work 30 hours, then we should be able to reduce the hours. Actually, they can't, they have to work less than 30,
Yeah, 29 and a half. It's 29 and a half, actually.
especially if we're doing, you know, you're coming close now with the April to November. And if they hit any time over 30, that's not a part-time, that would trigger the Healthcare Act, wouldn't it?
Anything over 30.
And we don't let them work past 29 and a half.
Hey, if we reduced it by 8,000, could you, I mean,
They're gonna either start later or start earlier, or vice versa on one end. I mean,
or finish earlier?
we use them, we use those people, there's 4 of them, 29 and a half hours, and when they start, and they're not, there's no downtime with them. You know, the leaves aren't gonna be dropped until the end of the month.
But if we reduce it, they just get done, instead of Thanksgiving, they get done at Veterans Day.
Yeah.
And most times, they're, correct me if I'm wrong, these individuals are also part-time. They flip to the seasonal for the snow, right?
Only one of them. We just keep one of them.
Try it 1 year and see what happens. And you know if you can handle it or not, but
Yeah, I mean, if
it's
we,
nice to save it if we could.
so we'll look at reducing that by 8,000.
I'm fine with it. I don't know how anybody else feels, you know. Did we ever answer the community center thing from 32 to 10, or was that,
That's what we spent, I just checked, that's what we spent, so,
32?
yep.
so do you think that could be reduced at all, Rick?
Yeah, We can do that other work, but where are we at right now? What's the actual?
6,000.
Yeah,
Well, that's for this year, though.
That's right.
So you got 10 grand this year, I think, right? Isn't that the proposed budget?
that's correct.
So if you finish that off, can we squeeze out another couple of grand,
So
something?
you're gonna cut that back to 5, is that what you were thinking?
I don't know,
How about
6?
7,500?
How much?
7,500?
8,000, yeah.
I'll take anything, really.
7,500. And this is one of those funds that if there's something large, you can come in and withdraw from the capital reserve fund for buildings.
Purpose.
Well, then, based on that, make it 5.
Yeah, but then you guys
I
don't
thought
get
you
it.
said 7,500.
All right, 7,500.
7,500.
Yeah, I already
I'll
wrote
take
it
the
down,
small
so thanks.
victories when we get them.
Yeah.
Phil, do you have anything you want to throw
Yeah,
in
the
there?
mosquito.
Will you find me
Mosquitoes.
some money? I want to see you guys get into a wrestling match over the mosquitoes. Go for it.
I mean, so I have a couple questions. One, it looks like we haven't spent anything this year, but I'm assuming we spent money this year already.
We
Yeah,
spent.
we just haven't been billed.
What, how much was it?
I haven't seen the bill.
We haven't seen it.
You have, so you have no concept of how much?
Right.
How much was it?
It'll
You
be-
gotta have an idea.
It's gotta be some, I mean,
We don't have
Well, the-
that's ridiculous to say there's no idea.
Yeah,
Yeah,
No. It's,
45?
no, that
30?
bill will be, it'll be in the mid-20s,
Mid-20s.
yeah.
And then we do, how much?
And then the
is-
surveillance bill will be probably 4,000 or 5,000,
Are we on mosquito now?
Yeah.
yeah.
So mosquito was budgeted at about 60, and we're going to come in around 25 to
Do we
30?
do anything in
Well,
the spring?
That's
We'll
year
see.
to date. That's
Yeah,
not
they,
spring.
they start up April,
Oh.
May, June.
Okay.
They'll be April,
Oh,
May, June.
I get it, because we
So
gotta
it's a-
wait fall.
Yeah,
So we went from 50 to 60. How much did we spend in 13, Steve?
13, we spent
We should get 3 years of what we actually.
47,915.
How much?
47,915. So I guess.
The only
No,
thing-
so
I'd like
that's-
to make it-
That's 14,
That's
yeah.
14.
That's 14. How about 13?
53,600.
53.
So we went up from, so we went up and then it came back down actually in actuals.
can I just chime in real
Yeah.
quick? We have the measures to do what they call adult deciding if there was an outbreak of some type. So you see that little bit of extra we don't spend every year, but it's there just in case. If there was a triple E outbreak
Okay.
close by, we would be up closer to the 60. So we have like a little safety net. We don't spend it if there's no triple E, but if they start, that's why we do the surveillance. So if they're not seeing it in our area, it was showing up in Londonderry and Halls, but if it showed up in Newmarket, they would aggressively start attacking us.
So,
Nottingham, Portsmouth.
You know-
Because I would argue that there has been a triple E outbreak and that a couple people in New Hampshire have died, and they did find it in Portsmouth, they did find it in Nottingham, and
But we do a lot of testing in town, so they're monitoring them all the time. And we don't spend that money if we're not seeing it. So there's plans there to be able to go do that, Phil, if it were to show up.
so,
Because they're testing in they're testing everywhere.
yeah.
If it showed up in a bordering community, they'd get a little more aggressive.
So this is more a question, thing for Steve. One, adult deciding is a terrible term. So it's-
I know.
The other one's larviciding, so instead of infanticide. Yeah.
I'm wondering, there's a lot of our, and this is overarching. We have like things built in, right? Like little extra cushion built in. Would it make sense, it's probably too late for this budget, to have baseline budgeting and then at a town level, have like a fungible pool that's yours?
We wanted to. Problem is, state law requires us to
They won't let us
annually.
put something into,
Yeah, we'd have to have it as a vote, as a separate warrant article annually.
But we could zero-base budget, we just.
zero base, but then the thing is, I understand that they want the wiggle room in
Yeah.
case but if you had control of a
Yeah.
larger, like, emergency pool that
We
you
looked,
then.
we did, we looked at it, but it wasn't, the way the law is set up, it's
So
more,
much change that
it's
state law.
more difficult to do it.
But he really, in a way, though, in all fairness, it might have gotten a little closer, but Steve does have to have that flexibility. This year he said he came in
Yeah.
around 80 unspent. So, I mean, we do have a little flexibility,
Yeah, but I guess what I'm looking at is,
more than a little.
Well, no, he has the
Separate
flexibility
account.
and move away from this. Every account has a little bit
Cushion.
of flex room, a little cushion, because that little cushion adds up, I think, to probably more
Yeah,
than we would have in a
it's
cushion
basically
in
have a
town.
contingency fund.
That's exactly.
And the law for the contingency fund was so burdensome for the town that it would be, we'd have to appropriate by a separate vote annually the contingency. So what happens if the budget passes but the contingency doesn't?
Then you're stuck with
Yeah, and that's why I said it's not worth it for us to do that.
I would love to see, and I realize you're too busy right now, especially in budget season, all the cushions added up to see what that actually comes into. Because I bet all those cushions added up is a lot of money.
And one other thing that we used to pay for out of this, that, when we do the barrier spraying at the school, I have them bill them and not me. So we used to kind of just get the bill for that, so.
Yeah.
It's real expensive, but it's
Sir, did you say we could save $5,000 there?
It's built-in
That's-
cushion.
$1,500
Oh.
per application. If they do two, you're talking $3,000.
But he's saying in general, can we reduce the mosquito control by $5,000? If there's an emergency,
Take it out of the fund.
like.
You can.
It's not hurting you.
You can cut it back.
No, I'm asking, do you think we can live with it?
If we're at 55 and there's a triple E outbreak, are you going to be able to take care of us? Or are we going to be in
I
trouble?
think you guys are gonna be pressured to make me find money somewhere to do
We'll
it
find it.
from the people who don't, so.
So, yeah, we could reduce it by 5.
You take your little victories where you get them. That's not personal, Rick.
Hey,
I don't consider it a
it's
victory.
cost of doing business.
Not a victory.
Larvicide.
Are we okay with?
He's gonna be picking me up off the ground on New Road after I get bit by a mosquito. He's gonna say, "I told you."
Oh, when you trip over a turtle.
Hey, my wife's the one that moves them off the road, so, hey, we've saved more than I've seen run over.
All right.
I think we need squirrel signs, though, because the squirrels are
The
getting
deer.
matted.
We wanna save the deer.
Squirrels are getting matted.
Want to get rid of the deer.
You don't want to save the deer. You want to save the deer so you can hunt the deer.
Yeah.
All right, what's left? Do we have anything left?
Cemeteries.
Cemetery, oh, that's a great place to end.
Fortitude.
No, there's more.
There's just two more after that, real
Oh.
quick. We're flying.
Hey, listen, we're up to 712. Let's see if we can get to 40
So,
grand.
When you look at cemeteries, there's no big surprises. I had put in to replace the mower that's gonna be 10 years old, and Steve decided we wouldn't do that. But I did find a place to find those funds, so we're okay there.
Don't cut the Wilson as much, you'll be fine.
We can't mow it with that.
Rick, to interrupt you, so you're buying a mower with a cemetery?
We're not.
Well, if you were to buy that, that would, I mean, it comes out of cemetery funds, but it's going to be used generally across the board, correct? For,
The one I'm getting now has to only stay in the cemetery because they're using their funds.
Technically, yeah.
The trustees.
Not that.
see,
That's the law. I mean,
Do you see what I'm saying?
Hey,
It's,
guys, don't advertise it. The law is funds that are
What
being
he's saying
used.
is let it go, because it's probably.
The funds that are being used for the maintenance of a cemetery that you use for perpetual care has to stay in the cemetery.
I can't take it anywhere else.
Well,
So
I'm-
don't
I'm-
take it
you
anywhere.
Understand what I'm saying?
Leave
So
it.
there's no big surprises here. This is
I didn't say anything.
the same budget.
Ridiculous, though, that we.
Does it have its own little stone? Does it have its own little
Yeah.
place? All right, where are we now?
Vehicles.
We're starting to get punch drunk. Vehicles. Okay, this is where we cut.
yeah,
Vehicles.
18%.
Yep. What happened was last year, if you look at 15, you cut Public Works vehicle maintenance to 20. It has been historically budgeted at 48 and 49, and you did that based off an actual back then, if you recall. This is for preventative maintenance and repairs, and I can't work on the vehicles with that amount. And that was due to, we had a FEMA grant come in, so it made that actual look
Where is he?
a
What you're
little,
looking at,
Where the hell is he?
that's what this increase is. When you look at this and say 13%, it's the same budget that was in the year prior, if you really look at it, with a few increases for some
What was
maintenance.
the 2013 actual?
12,710.
That's what we were basing going down to 12.
And that was because we had a FEMA reimbursement?
A FEMA reimbursement.
Sorry, Chair.
No, it's fine.
I don't
I'm
remember.
curious now.
It was significant.
It was significant.
Because wasn't that the blizzard?
Yeah.
It was a lot.
I want to say it's almost 1,000.
It wa, no, it was.
I had a lot to tell us.
I'm sorry, but
It was a whole bunch,
I think it was
okay?
in excess of 30, like 32 something.
Yeah.
All right, so if you add that, if it was really 30 with 12, it's 40-something.
But that increase, I put it back at the 48, talked with Matt and
You
Steve.
put it at 52, I put it at 48.
If you, I'm sorry, if you look at what I spent the year two, and this is gonna be problematic for me this year, because I gotta find 28,000 before it even started snowing, so
They're saying it's going to be a good year, though.
I just got the update, I'll email it to you.
It's a good year.
Yeah.
I just got the
70 degrees.
forecast.
December 15, 70 degrees.
December is gonna be warmer than normal, but look out,
Okay.
NOAA just came out with their prediction last week.
yeah.
And how'd
Hopefully,
that hurricane season work out for
Warmer and snowy.
hopefully it'll kill
Snowy,
Ebola.
snowy.
Didn't they say we're supposed to have like 10 this year?
So that's the only thing in this budget right here under vehicles that you're gonna see and say, hey, it's not really a 13% increase. We're right back where we always have been for the past 6 years. That
It was
line
really a
item.
13% increase,
was
but we're
either-
back to where we
It
were.
was, you know what I'm saying. It was 49
What's 13%?
and 50, and 48 historically.
I'd like to be up 13% this year. Oh, God.
But it reflects actual expenditures, it's not.
So what did you want on that 40?
Huh? All right, moving on to solid waste.
That's Ed's favorite place. Let's go to,
Solid waste?
oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, I apologize.
Um,
Council Weinstein.
So, the equipment purchase, that last line item, it was, 1,500,
Yeah.
and then 16.5. What was that? I'm assuming it's
That
for
was,
one,
you guys just approved that? We had to replace the software and hardware for the gas pumps?
okay.
That's what that was. That's why it's so high.
Was it, does the actual for 14, was that really $85?
The last line, equipment purchase vehicles.
Because if it was 85, I would cut the 3,000 to 200.
The last line item.
Well,
We had a bad year, though. I had to find money.
But what was it, what's that line item used for, equipment purchase, the bottom one?
Fungibility.
We're looking at buying, I don't want to misspeak.
All right, that's
We need a new,
lower.
the Department of Labor came through our building and took away our drill press and said, you can't, this thing is, it was an antique.
Why is that on vehicles then?
Because, well, that's what we
Equipment
use it.
purchase.
We use it, they use it for the mowers and the,
Okay.
that type of stuff. We want to replace our drill press, because we don't have one anymore.
Rick, do you have any room in the 3 grand when your actual was 85 bucks? I'm just asking.
What's
No.
the drill press cost?
there you go.
They're like 1,500 for a good one.
All right, there you go.
But I'm replacing the jacks. It's not just the drill press. If you all got my nice narrative, it's in. My narrative.
So what'd you say, 2 grand?
No, I said 3. The town administrator agreed with Rick on this, and he didn't cut it. No, but that actual, the year before, in my defense,
administrator.
in my defense, we had a bad winter that year too, and I had to not, that's why when you see line items like this and just,
Take the 3.
Dan, I wanna
Take
get
the
credit from
3.
Dan for
Take
this.
the 3.
when I have equipment purchases, unless it's something like the gas system that crashed, we wait until later in the year to do that, because if there's something bad, this is one of those things where we're like, we're not buying it, because we had to find money.
You got your 3, you got your extra
So
grand.
so when you look at that all right, thank you.
Overkill, move.
Rick, you're done. Go
Want
and
to do
shoot.
solid waste, or we do it
Oh,
on
we still got
Wednesday?
another one?
Fire and rescue?
Page
He's coming back
57.
on Wednesday for fire rescue.
Yeah,
Are we done?
solid waste.
waste.
Where the hell's solid waste?
Page 57.
What's that, they're done?
Down.
Spend much more time with this, we're gonna be needing.
The town administrator proposed a reduction of 0.1%. Because I got rid of the equipment that he wanted to purchase there.
Yep,
That's the best you could do?
Rick, did the hazardous waste bill come in yet?
it did.
Yeah. Just-
Don't hold me to this.
No, just a,
I think it's around 8,000.
all right.
And I was very stressed out about it because we typically had 90, 100 people come through historically, and we had almost double that. So I was really nervous, but, someone comes in with something like this, it's like,
You should do some with your dues or your dues and subscriptions.
also just spring cleanup is still in here. I put it back in,
When is it happening?
in the spring.
Spring.
I thought it was happening in fall.
No, spring.
We're gonna do spring, because
Spring.
they're
too-
been tied up with the paving and stuff.
Why,
Too stressful in the fall.
Too stressful, you guys are too busy.
Yeah, that's what I mean, that's what I'm saying.
You are full of jokes today, Rick.
April's a good month for us, or early May, to do that. It really is, because this time of year, we're trying to button everything up for snow flies, and that's a whole week, and then you play a week to catch up, so.
okay, Counselor Carmichael and Weinstein.
Yeah, how
and
about
then
the
Mazzaro.
general supplies coming down from 20 to 15?
General supplies is the recycle bins in municipal trash bags.
Is that what general supplies is?
That's what general supplies is.
Okay, so why are you asking for another 5,000?
Well, I've always had the 20, you guys cut it. And I'm
It's a
probably-
cushion, Phil.
No, seriously, I'm probably gonna,
Your actual was 16.6, is that true? Okay.
yes.
What was the 13 actual for?
We need Dan for that. What was 13?
And we have a new contract,
Actual.
they went up a little bit.
You should give us the actuals.
They
by
did
the way,
go
for
up,
that next year.
well, what we pay for them,
Yeah,
because
but
that's a
They're
petroleum.
gonna go up to $5,000?
Actuals in 13 was 22.
We typically spend around 20.
So you can't cut there.
I wouldn't recommend trimming that. If you want to trim something.
You should trim your subscriptions, because that's just kind of goofy. Spend $50.
Yeah, what are you subscribing to?
We're a member of the NRAA, which helps us, National Resource Recovery, to get rid of our metals. They do the shopping for us.
Our dues are usually around $500, so if you went down to 500.
You know, when nickel and diamond the poor guy again?
Well, I'm
Let's
just,
go for the 1,000, 2,000.
well, listen, we're doing what we can do.
What do you want to?
More than we ever did before.
I was going to offer a cut.
Finally.
Were you going to cut?
What are you gonna cut?
Oh, I was going to suggest
$5,000, $10,000,
maybe,
somewhere.
maybe the spring cleanup. I don't know what we're going to do this year, because we haven't done it for several years, so I'm a little,
But it's gonna be a big one.
you know what I mean? It could be.
Too.
But I have some ideas and thoughts that I'm going to propose
So
to
what would you
Steve.
make it if it wasn't 40?
Like 36.
Why don't you make it 35? And then you'll find the money elsewhere. You'll take it out of subscriptions.
There
you go.
And you buy.
Go in even 35, Rick.
Yeah.
Let you alone on the rest.
Yeah, then you can go
How
home.
about if you guys do that, and then I can just say, we went over because you cut it.
That's what you're going to say anyways.
I don't want to agree with you on that, because you'll say you agreed with us, right?
At least he's honest.
I'm being honest. I'm being totally honest. Well, the spring cleanup, you
And I
just don't
thought
know,
budget was going to be a bad day.
Household hazardous waste, we almost doubled the numbers, but we didn't go over budget, so.
I think you should just say, pack it in, we saved a few bucks, and we're on the road
Okay.
without paving. But we do have some lights. Councilor Nazaro and Weinstein, before you run, Rick. Phil?
Mine was just equipment purchase. What's the 5,000 for equipment purchase?
It's a-
I cut it.
Gone.
Oh, you
Roll
cut
off.
it, yeah. so-
30-yard roll-off canister.
or
And
nothing.
Tony?
Cans are getting a little rough.
So, back to spring cleanup, real quick. So the plan is to go every year. Is that the hope?
Well,
Will it
it
continue
sounded
to do
like
that
that was the cry from
Yeah.
the public and people, so I kept it in.
Good.
We were going with it, like household hazardous waste, the thought was the every other year, and then you guys said, no more, and it's been
Just
3 years, I think. We haven't had one in
Been that
3
long?
years. I think 2010.
Just a stupid question, because it's worth asking since we're doing it. There are things you don't take, right?
Yes.
You should make that really clear, since we haven't done it for a while, because you're going to end up getting
Oh, the spring cleanup.
everything, and
I
I'm just telling
I
you.
personally have, I don't want to
Because you're gonna see all this stuff on the side of the road that's gonna
I
get
have
left
some-
there.
I have some ideas with it to change it a little bit that I want to talk to Steve about, and I haven't yet. And then we can talk to you guys, because I think it might upset some people, so I don't want to say it right now, but
I'm gonna make everyone worry.
Televisions and stuff like that are not gonna be out there, because you can't, because of the chemicals that are
Yeah, well,
in
the
there.
point, we
Those are the
don't, we
things.
shouldn't do that now,
Yeah.
but the point is, whatever it is that you can't do, we better make it damn clear, because you're gonna have all this crap on
Yeah,
the side of the
absolutely.
road that you can't touch.
True.
So, but that's a
So-
conversation for another
I
day.
do want to tweak the plan with it, and I have some thoughts, and I want to just talk to everybody. And
And we'll be clear.
And remember, just no community does spring cleanup any longer, like we traditionally have done.
All right, 30 grand.
I think,
I asked,
and I have another
when I asked last year, everyone said we got rid of that a long time ago because they were getting,
Everything.
right, you get everything and you're liable for fines.
And you don't even know if somebody mixes some
Right.
chemical in, so it's, anyway, we're gonna do it, we're gonna do it.
So my other question,
Yeah.
Lamprey Regional Co-op.
yeah,
Can you just tell me what that, because, so the budget for 2014 was $2,100, actual was $7,100, and we don't have anything yet for 2015. So I'm curious what it is?
the co-op is, we're a member of Lamprey Co-op with a bunch of communities, and they set the tipping fees at turnkey,
Okay.
and that's how we get rid of all our MSW. I'm not so sure that actual expenditure, I would just like to look at that
That's
real quickly.
big.
But it's typically, it's $2,100, that's like our
Our dues.
Okay.
dues.
So then why $7,100?
Didn't we have a settlement? Didn't we have to pay a settlement for the closure of the incinerator?
I'm not sure, because Matt, do you have that on your laptop?
Lamprey Regional used to incinerate all the garbage at the UNH. If you remember, there was a big smokestack in the middle of UNH?
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I agree with Tony, make it 1,700.
It's 2,100.
It's the dues. Those
The
are
dues,
the dues.
the dues is 2,100.
But then it went
No,
up
no,
to
I'm saying,
7,100.
yeah, I know, I'm saying knock it down to 1,700 or whatever, 2 grand.
No, no,
Can't.
no.
It went up
No,
to
it went,
Oh,
the actuals are 7,100.
I understand it, I'm saying knock,
But the actual dues, we know, were 2,100.
I know, so I'm saying, can we get rid of 5?
No, because the dues are set.
Dues
At
are-
2,100.
It's like a fee to be part of it.
Right.
They know what the amount is.
All right, there's no way of getting, okay,
This is 13.
I apologize. I thought he was
14.
asking for
No.
7,100,
No, no,
I'm
no, no.
sorry, I was trying to get to the fees.
That's what I got. 71.
I was
And
just,
this is
You're trying to figure out how they spent all that extra money.
Yeah, I was just
That's, I get
curious.
it.
thing that we sent to you guys. And that's 13 right there.
You guys done?
We're happy with that number, go
You
home.
done?
What did you do with that one?
We left it alone.
Okay.
You got it. Matt, go back to your chair, come on up, library.
See you
Rick.
Wednesday.
There you go.
Rick, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
you.
You're a good
You've been
sport.
very entertaining.
You're getting better.
I think it's the most fun we've had. Rick walks out
Back on
going,
Wednesday.
2 shows on
Rick
Wednesday.
Rick walks out going, I banged her for another 150 grand, they didn't even find it. All right. Nothing from the peanut gallery today. Just kidding. Last year, we were told we didn't like the library, so we do like the library. I want to see. What page are we on? Where's library?
55.
Thank you. All right. Take it away.
I'm Carrie Gadbois, Director of the Library. And basically, we're asking for a 3.39 increase over last year. Most of that's in building maintenance. And there was a line item that's been added for state unemployment that wasn't there before. And that's about a third of it, of the increase alone. So,
We got a bunch, good.
And this is, just real quick, the rules for the library are different than the rules for every other department. The council only has authority over the bottom line of this budget, the library trustees govern the other line items. You can question them, but ultimately it's up to the library trustees where the amounts go.
And my trustees are with me in the back row there.
Counselor Nazaro and then Weinstein.
So, the unemployment was somewhere before, right?
We were eating it.
The town was eating it?
Who's eating it now?
We're
Library.
paying for it now.
Well, it's in the budget now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the FY13 expenditures, actual?
FY13 original, $267,167.
28.
So,
But I can assure you that this year, right now, we're on target for spending our entire budget.
Actually, fiscal year 14,
yeah, that's my question. Look at fiscal year 14.
you had a $70,000.
Over expenditure.
That's
That
a
was-
typo.
Matt?
It actually was 337,225.
So it's still a $37,000 over expenditure.
Yeah, we had, the prior director retired, and that's, the overages, most of that was for her,
Where are you, Phil?
retirement.
The actuals, 2014 actuals?
Okay.
Oh,
See the difference between the budget and actuals?
It's 337.
Okay. The library trustees, if they don't spend their appropriation, it remains in the fund. And what they have done is there's two particular situations last year where they authorized an over expenditure. I just did not add them into the budget versus actual, because what I wanted to represent here is what was being spent through the taxation. So there are two different authorizations from the trustees to dip into the fund balance for that fund for two different appropriations. One being the retiring library director's payout.
Yeah.
And then
The other
the
was
second
the
one
server.
was the server.
The server- Our server at the library died. Yeah, we had to get a new one.
So I'm just looking for, I'm sorry, can I
Go
finish?
ahead, go ahead.
So from FY15 budget to this budget, there's $11,000 difference? And I can't really find a line is it just like a little bit in each line that's causing
Yeah,
that?
actually, building maintenance
7.
has quite a bit in it.
Oh, there's 7, there it is.
There's been a lot of deferred maintenance on the building, and we've had some real issues with trying to keep shoveling the walkways clear. In the past, they haven't been totally kept clear, so you couldn't get up the handicapped access ramp. So part of that's for shoveling, more shoveling, and the cleaning we're having the library clean now more often. And we've contracted that out.
So they're not part of our town contract for cleaning?
No.
Either is snow removal of the steps. Even though
Is
we
there a
drive by it.
reason?
Well,
They're separate.
I didn't know there was a town contract for cleaning. The library's always.
We don't
No, I'm
have a
just saying,
part-time,
I
we
mean-
don't have a contract.
Oh, that's right, we
We
have a part-time employee.
Yeah.
It seems to me this is a place where we could have efficiencies by bringing the town and the library together for like DPW shoveling.
I would love to, but
Separate.
they're a separate governmental entity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
I understand completely. And we do, we do help with them with some maintenance in the the rule of thumb for the buildings are, everything from the walls in is the library trustees. Everything from the walls out is the town's responsibility. So the building itself, those kind of things that we need to maintain. The grounds, we mow the grounds. We try to get theirs, to shovel the walkway, but it's not, if we're plowing the roads, shoveling the walkway is not the priority at that time to
We
send a
need to
staff
keep it
person.
clear constantly for the patrons to get in.
We've asked before.
Right, and it's just, we have to prioritize for our staff.
I'd let that one go.
Yeah.
Counselor Weinstein?
Well, my question is also about building maintenance, actually, because it just seems to sort of, the numbers sort of all over the place, and I was wondering, is it just for that sort of general maintenance, or are there other projects that are involved in that number?
The furnace, the wiring, the plumbing, everything comes out of that.
But is there like a project, is there a project, or is it just general maintenance? I guess is my
There's no
question.
special project, but general
Okay.
maintenance over the year, it just adds up.
Yep.
The additions really are the cleaning and the additional cleaning that is, and the shoveling and the plowing.
You're in building maintenance, correct? Not general maintenance? You're in
I was looking at building maintenance
Yeah.
because it's.
Because it
you know,
used to
like
be
the numbers
8,000.
and-
It used to be
But
8.
then there was like 19.2, and the actual was 23.5, and then it went back to 8,
Is that putting
then
in
it's
new rugs
15.
and
So
stuff?
that's why I didn't understand the.
No, no,
number,
what-
how the
no.
number-
19.2 last year, that was painting. The
Okay.
exterior of the library, that was a special. We painted the whole exterior of the library, new plexiglass over the old windows up top. That came out of there.
And is that when, and I know it's a different sort of a fund, so and I've sat in meetings where someone will come and request money out of the,
CIP?
is it out of the CIP, is that what it
Capital
is? So is that what,
No,
no,
no, they,
it's completely different.
what they dipped into was the accumulation of not spending their appropriation to the max, okay? So it's unreserved fund balance, just like the general fund. So when you guys talk about using a portion of your tax rate, use a portion of fund balance to reduce the tax rate, they use a portion of their fund balance for capital improvements on the building and to pay off the server and the retirement of the library director.
And I'm just trying to understand the number, because I guess I would think maintenance is one number, and then painting would almost be a separate line item, in my mind, because it's a special occurrence. It's not something that you typically do, as opposed to, taking care of the furnace and
Yeah, what I've seen.
shoveling and, those sorts of things that are fairly constant costs.
Yeah, what I've seen out of the library in the last couple of years is more of an awareness of what they need to do to get their building up to
Snuff.
snuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I
it
follow up on
needed
that?
painting
Yeah.
badly.
Yep.
Yeah, the
You
wood
know,
was
yeah, can I follow up?
starting to
Yeah.
rot.
If you go back, it's pretty much all over the ballpark.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying for this library, but for the entire municipality, there should be some sort of preventative maintenance plan that we follow. There are programs you can get. They're talking about the rec center. Where it sticks out like that, maybe extending the roof line or gutter guards or something to protect that, we could prevent that. And I think we should all have this. So, I'm sure you're working on that, but
Yes.
if you could have a 4-year plan on just the maintenance, and then you're not gonna come here asking for $20,000,
Exactly.
$8,000, it's gonna
Yeah.
be consistent.
We
And I
are-
think all buildings that the town owns should have sort of a plan like that, instead of driving by and saying, well, look at the foundation, there's cracks in the foundation, why? Because you didn't have proper, the drainage from the roof wasn't right. And I'm not gonna harp on it, but we keep saying we're gonna do it, and another year goes by.
Dale and Phil.
Well, just along that line, I finally got to your narrative and looking at that, and it says that you have a problem with those steps that,
Yes.
have you thought of guttering the roof on that? I imagine you have.
It is guttered.
Okay, it's
Yeah.
still not,
No, it just pours off the roof there. It's a valley, and the heat goes up, it pours off the roof, it hits the concrete ramp, and it freezes constantly. So 3 or 4 times during the day in the winter, that's got to be shoveled constantly, so the people can use that ramp.
and there's no way to make those gutters work the way gutters.
No, you could put heat tape, you could do some
I've
other
gotten-
things.
I have gotten prices on special heat tape and wiring.
Problem is, the heat tape snaps and breaks, so you get a couple of 3 years out of it if you're lucky, and then it breaks.
Right, I have gotten prices on that.
Now, at some point, didn't you discuss some sort of awning?
We discussed an awning and decided against it.
Any particular reason?
Yeah,
No, just-
yep.
It's not,
You have to come up here, because it's on tape, we're being televised.
it doesn't,
Address it. It doesn't really address the problem, I'm guessing.
it doesn't really
come up.
address the problem, and
It'll
it's
still
not,
You have to come,
I'm pretty
sit,
loud.
no, you gotta say,
Over here.
So if the camera,
it's not being loud, it's on camera, that's the key.
You're not, you're
It's
not
televised.
loud.
Andy Cameron.
You're boisterous. Hello.
Well, I was a teacher for a long time.
There you go.
You're all set.
It's not aesthetically fitting with the building to have an awning out there. Is that,
It-
it is a historical building.
And I think the water still is going to come through in between the awning and the building. It's not
It
a,
wouldn't solve the problem.
You're
and-
getting ice damming, correct?
oh, yeah.
Yes.
You know what you could do, and far be it from me to ever get involved in spending more money. You could put, and somebody might want to look at this, they could probably put insulation or foam where it's damming up the worst, and it would retain the heat and it would not freeze up as much. I mean, that is an option. Pardon?
You mean up in the gutter?
Well, no, up in the ceiling, so
Oh.
you don't lose the heat, because what's happening is when you get the rain and the snow, and then you get a warm day, and it melts, and then it freezes, and you get in that ice thaw, it's leaking, right? That's what your
Yeah,
problem?
Exactly.
So if you put foam in there, and if somebody looked at it, Steve.
Yeah.
If you put foam in there, like 4 inches, I'm just saying in strategic areas, it would probably ameliorate that problem.
We could look into
the
that,
thought.
definitely.
Well, that's a thought.
It'll retain the
Yeah.
heat, it won't escape,
Right.
because it'll prevent it.
Yeah.
It'll
that's
be
what's-
expensive a little bit, but if you're doing it in only a few areas, it might not really harm you, and if you have a few areas where there's crickets or there's bad areas, that would probably help you out.
Maybe
That's a
what
good
we should
idea.
do. I mean,
Yeah.
the ladies at the front desk go out and clear
Yeah.
the ramp off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope not Isabel.
No.
Oh, she would.
She will if you'd let her.
If we didn't stop her, she would.
Phil, did you have a question, or?
Yeah,
Lost track?
Matt may actually be able to help with this one. Library Capital Reserve. What projects did we fund in the capital reserve?
I don't believe you
You
funded.
didn't fund any,
We didn't fund any,
No.
none actually made the final cut?
no,
None.
Okay.
none.
Because, all right, because the questions about building maintenance, a lot of those were conversations we had during the capital reserve.
But they did, in all fairness, they did spend a fair amount of money, not the lad, 2 years ago, I think
Windows.
that's when someone in the peanut gallery said someone didn't like the library. They didn't spend hardly any money. You know, they had like a $60,000-$70,000 budget, and they spent like nothing. And then, I think you spent a fair amount last year.
We did.
So they're sort of, they've had the money in the budget, and I think they are now starting to take care of the things that need.
Exactly.
Maybe some of the things just fell into non-awareness. I'm trying to think of the right diplomatic word. It wasn't being done, it wasn't
Right.
being,
But there's also the trust fund, right? Like the trustees have, isn't there other money?
trustees of
Yeah.
trust fund, or whatever.
Yeah, not of the town trust fund, but like the library trustees have another pool of money that's actually the trust, right?
Right.
Isn't that where you got your carpet tile money, or not?
Oh, that came from
No,
capital
that
reserve.
came from CIP? Can I ask one just quick question about salaries?
Yep.
Cut you off, but
Okay.
I'm just asking. Actuals for 14 for salaries were 83.7. And then they, I'm,
The 83.7 includes the buyout.
Buyout.
So you actually.
so
have
what's
to-
the real number without the buyout, Matt?
Um,
Because I'm just confused about the drop.
I don't remember how much the buyout.
But that was a buyout for a particular person who had accumulated,
Yeah.
okay.
It was about 28.
So now if you go to the next line,
Like 20.
part-time salaries,
Mm-hmm,
it says actual expenditure for 14 was 91 grand.
mm-hmm.
They budgeted 99.
Not
Yes.
all the
Did I do that
positions were
wrong?
filled.
It said final budget 99,
Original
actual was 91.
Right. Well, you have to, in the middle of the year, when they hired, Carrie was a part-time assistant library director. She went full-time.
Okay,
Did you fill a position? I don't believe that you did.
No, not right away.
okay.
So that's, the
So
positions weren't all filled.
I'm just wondering why it's going from 91 to 114. That's really my question.
Well, actually, this year, the 113, it will all be used. So
didn't-
really, it's only an increase over this year of, I think it's 900.
Well, hold on a minute. Just bear with me. part-time salaries actual for 14 was 91,043, correct?
Mhm.
And this year, you're asking, meaning in this year's budget, you're asking for 114, which is, a fairly significant increase, about 30 or 40%. I'm just wondering why. What's the difference? Why is it going up so much?
What you said, this year it was
Well-
113, so the difference was between 14 and 15, not between 15
Right.
and 16.
And look at the original budget in 14, it was 111, so they had vacancies. So
Oh.
we moved some money, or they moved money elsewhere.
Okay, so somebody left somebody, so if you add those two numbers up, because I see somebody, you had to do a buyout and whatnot, what is the actual budget? Has it gone up, Matt? Can you help me here?
The actual budget?
Yeah, if you look at what happened in 14 without the buyout, if you backed out the buyout,
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out, is it costing that much more to run the library? That's all I'm trying to get to.
If you backed out all of what the trustees had authorized as over expenditure, you would be almost at their final budget. That's what I recall last. I had done that calculation back in July, so I just recall them being almost fully spent. For
Well,
fiscal year
okay, so
14.
the only thing then the only thing, I'll go back to 15 then, I guess, if you're gonna use 113 as the number and you're gonna go up to 114, is there a reason it went from 91 to 113?
We filled all the positions,
Okay.
yeah.
And so,
Children's librarian, another circulation part-time.
that's what I was trying to
Yeah.
get to.
They're all filled now.
And then the only other thing is health insurance went from 62 to 15,000? Did I do that right? Isn't that the right line?
Actual spends for health insurance.
That's a big jump. I'm just bringing it up.
The 62, I didn't take the health insurance.
You didn't?
No, I'm doing the
Buyout.
buyout. But I may need to take it. So that,
What's this buyout thing? Can you explain? What is that?
If an employee, we try to encourage employees if they have another opportunity to get health insurance
Yeah.
through a spouse.
So you pay them a certain amount to go out?
Correct.
Okay, that's what the buyout was.
Yeah.
Okey dokey. Counselor Nazaro and then...
I've asked my question.
Oh, okay. Anyone else? Counselor Weinstein?
So, because I don't think that our other things that we've looked at, the other areas have worked this way, but, so in FY 2014, the final budget was 309, but then the actual expenditures was 373.4.
that's a typo. It was 337,225.
Okay.
That's what it was.
Because
Not 373.
that's a big,
It's not 37, it's 337.
It's a good thing that didn't happen with all the other departments, so we wouldn't have saved anything.
But it's still, understand, it's still a $33,000 overage.
Yes.
Because they have the ability to overexpend their
And-
funds by taking money from their
Unspent balance.
unspent balance.
and that was just my question.
That's, I
Try
could
to
get where you're
wrap
getting
my head
at.
around it, because
It's almost the same kind of setup as the school
Oh,
system.
look.
We don't
It is.
really have
It
the authority
exactly-
Right.
Right.
with the school. I mean,
That's
it's
repeated
kind of the same
costs.
thing.
Right, the bottom line is, actually, you have a little more because
They run their own
you have the
show.
bottom line, but
Right.
Actually,
Okay.
do have something there.
I'm done. That was it. I just wanted to
Counselor
understand that.
Nazaro?
I love the library. Please don't feel like I'm picking on you. But in 2013...
You hate the library.
I know, I don't. I'm an avid reader. In 2013, they were at 267. And we are now saying 314. And we just had a half-hour conversation about how we can't pave roads because we don't have enough money. I'm not saying the library is not crucial. I'm just saying that while we're cutting money everywhere, we are going to really, over 3 years, be up $40,000 in the library. I'm not saying libraries are important. I'm saying we have, we're literally saying we're not going
There's
to
an
pave roads.
actual number that's not in this.
right, your actual expenditure in 2013 was $267,167, and they're proposing $314.33.
I think you want to go back and look at the 2010, 2011, 2012, and 13. For the part-time, salary is 91,000, 93, 90, 94,000. So it's sometime after that.
Jumped.
Another employee, correct?
Yes.
We added a children's library.
Children's.
Yeah, children's librarian, yeah. And not all the positions were filled before.
Right.
Yeah.
I'll let you handle this one.
I
I'm
know,
staying out
this,
of
it's
this.
just like, this is like the third rail of Newmarket politics. You can't do anything with the library.
Oh, I think we got more than 1/3 real, but that's okay. I think in general, what did we save today? Anything? A little bit?
About 20?
No, more than that.
Yeah.
On what?
I
All
don't have it in front of me.
overall?
I don't have it
in front of
added.
me.
No, it's more than 20.
Yeah,
40 something.
yeah.
I'll take it. It's a small
is that it?
victory, but it's a little bit.
We're good with the
I'll
library.
Does anyone
say
else
I-
have
Good with
any
the library?
questions?
I will just say that I think that the addition of a children's librarian is a very positive thing, so, and has, and from what I understand, that the town library and the school library have had some partnerships over the
Yes,
last
we have.
year or two
Yeah.
through summer programs, and I think that that's been really beneficial
And our-
to kids in Newmarket.
To let you know, the CERC statistics were up 11%. We've added 56% more borrowers this last year.
It's great.
And, overall, we're seeing so many new faces in the
Why
library.
here a revolving fund? Just kidding.
They don't, they have no revenue.
It's a little
Yeah.
humor. Ending on a little humor.
Excuse me, before you go, you're all trustees? Yes. Could tell who you are? I mean, just, give us a name so we, give us your names so we can, so.
I'm Joan DiOrio. I've been a trustee since 2000.
Thank you.
Hi, am I on TV
Yeah.
now? I'm Mary Mahoney, and I've been a trustee for 3 years. And I just want to say what a great job Gary is doing.
Thank
And
you.
the library has just been looking up and up and up, and we're
Good.
very happy with it.
Thank you. A good-looking guy here?
I'm Rod Crapo, and I've been a trustee for 3 years now, and it's been a pleasure with, working with Gary, and I think we really have done a pretty good job in terms of overseeing the budget development process, and Gary's been really good that way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Return appearance. It's Sandy Allen, and I'm chairman of the trustees, and I think I've been a trustee for 4 or 5 years now. And I too think we put a lot of thought into the budget, we put a lot of effort into everything that we do there. And Carrie has been marvelous. And she facilitates things there in a very conscientious manner. So there's nothing frivolous in there. And the circulation has increased so much. I don't know if any of you go to the library. I think you do.
Yes, he does.
Dan goes here to watch TV, because he doesn't have a TV, so he watches TV there. Twice a week.
It is spruced up, it is spick and span, and there are more people, there are smiling faces. We have a lot more children's programming. It's a happy, busy place, and we're so pleased. So I hope we have your support.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And on that note,
We will be meeting at 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening.
we will be meeting at 8 o'clock on Wednesday, no,
Yeah.
6 o'clock on Wednesday to finish up.
Yep, we got the town clerk, tax collector, and then fire, and then all the small other departments.
Okay.
Are we thinking that there's a need for next?
I don't think so.
And the goal is to
To make
try and
plans.
get,
Hold you
the
to it,
goal,
Steve.
just so everybody's clear, is to get to about $200,000 off the budget before we end this process.
Consider it only went up
That's what Steve-
140, yeah.
That's what Steve told me when he started today, so.
FYI, I did do a quick chart. The date, the calendars are wrong.
We are adjourned.
It's 1 year
We are adjourned.
off. But what the tax bill on a $250,000 home was in 2003 to 2014. 250,000. It was seven.
Can you give him Motion to adjourn.
Adjourn.
Oh, you are, okay, so.
Right there, it's there.